Buenas tardes con todos ustedes. Vamos a esperar unos 5 minutos más para empezar con el seminario. Gracias. Muy buenas tardes con todos ustedes. Espero que todos me pueden oír en este momento, los que se están conectando con nosotros a través del Zoom. Estamos por empezar con el seminario de cronología andina que tiene lugar en Varsovia, Polonia, pero estamos transmitiendo el evento por el Zoom y por la cuenta de YouTube del Centro de Estudios Andinos de la Universidad de Varsovia en el Cusco. Eh, la fórmula que estamos proponiendo es, vamos a proceder con las primeras presentaciones del primer panel de estudios y después vamos a seguir con una pausa, con segundo panel y con la discusión. Eh, en el programa vamos a tener tiempo al final de los dos paneles para una breve discusión, después para resumir las dos partes. En esta ocasión nos gustaría invitar al profesor Andrzej Rakowski de la Universidad Tecnológica de Silesia, Polonia, que va a presentar la primera presentación del panel de los problemas metodológicos en los estudios de la cronología absoluta en los Andes, que nos va a dictar la ponencia Are the Miyake Events the Key to Absolute Dating in the Andes? Entonces, invitamos al profesor Rakowski para, para empezar con la presentación y vamos a inaugurar nuestro seminario. Ah, ujú. Ujú.
To zamknięte w ogóle.
Ok.
To wyjść na...
Studium wybrate.
Zminimalizować jakoś.
Mhm.
Zamknij udostępnianie, bo to mi się wydaje, że to trzeba zamknąć i później jeszcze raz udostępnić. Tak, tutaj zminimalizuj to. Why? Uf.
Okay.
No, tutaj gdzieś to jest, Warszawa, tu Mijankę. Coś jest nie tak. Albo wyznaczony zaraz. Udostępnić. Mhm. Tylko czy to jest też tam transmitowane? Zobacz.
Weź sprawdź u mnie.
Okej.
To jest? Okej.
Tylko jest. Nie być nam było, bo nie muszę coś sobie patrzeć, albo przesunąć na inny. O. Okay. I hope everybody ready. Thank you for the invitation. I will try to give the answer to the question, are the Miyake events the key to the absolute dating in Andes? There is a problem with... Nie przechodzi. Okay, so this is the question. And I think all of you know how the method of radiocarbon works. Radiocarbon is a cosmogenic isotope which is produced during the collision between the neutrons and nitrogen in the stratosphere, and then after time, once produced, it's oxidized and become a part of the carbon cycles. And this is how the radiocarbon method works. So we have a living organism who is assimilating CO2 from the atmosphere, and as long as it lives, the radiocarbon concentration is more or less constant. And once it's dying, the radiocarbon concentration decays. And after years, we can take a piece of this remains, measure the radiocarbon concentration in this, and we can justify or calculate the time elapsed from the moment the tree, for example, died. The problem with this is that in the first stage, Libby assumed that the radiocarbon concentration in the past was constant, and this produced a big misunderstanding used for up to today, that we use the radiocarbon age, which is representing nothing else but the radiocarbon concentration. To obtain the calendar age, we really need a calibration curve. And this picture here shows the dramatic changes in radiocarbon concentration in the past. And this is basically, we can convert this one into the calibration curve. And right now we have a two calibration curve for the northern and southern hemisphere, the INTCAL 20 and the SCAL 20, which are the newest one. The most precise radiocarbon concentration curve is this one, so-called the Bond curve. This is the changes, this is the curve representing the changes in radiocarbon concentration due to the tests with nuclear weapons. And as you can see, we have 5 of those, or really exactly should be 6. 3 for the northern hemisphere and 3 for the southern hemisphere. And this is the consequence that since more of the tests were on the northern hemisphere, we can see the delay with the maximum of occurrence of this event between the northern and southern hemisphere. So we can say there is a coupling between the northern and southern hemisphere, but it takes time. For this reason, probably the 2 calibration curve is not enough. And this is those are the zones from which the Bond calibration curve comes, from the zone 1, 2, 3, and 1 to 3 in the southern hemisphere. And we can see here is the intertropical convergence zone in the summer position and in the winter position. And we can see here is the problem. We can see that the northern, even the northern winds are coming into the South America. And it is not enough. There is a much more problems with those 2 calibration curves. And here we can see the upwelling and the downwelling zone. So this is one of the problems we can face with the radiocarbon method. The upwelling zone is the place where the deep ocean water are going up, exhausting the CO2, which has radiocarbon age of hundreds to 1,000 years. So it means in the coast of the South America, we have the C14 depletion because of this. If this is not enough, South America, North America, and Eastern Asia lays in this Pacific fire ring where we have a huge volcano activity. And since there is a subduction zone, so the oceanic plate are going below the continental plate, the sediments from the ocean decompose and the volcano breathe old CO2. So those regions are, I would say, the radiocarbon calibration curve can be used in 60 to 70% of the samples we measure, but there will be a 30 to 40% of samples which can better. So if we have to change the way of the calibration for this. And one of the first who showed this problem is my promoter, Toshio Nakamura, who published this article showing that in Japan, neither the INTCAL calibration curve nor the SOFCAL calibration curve give the right answer. we have here measurements in annual tree rings, which are lying between those two calibration curves. And he said, yeah, we need to look for this. Maybe Japan needs a special calibration curve. But I think this is not the way we should do this. And maybe there will be time that I will be right. But let's go to the Miyake event. And there is no surprise that the Miyake event has been discovered in my laboratory in Nagoya. This is the laboratory of Toshio Nakamura, where the young PhD student, Fusa Miyake, were measuring annual rings of the hinoki tree, so the Japanese cyper tree, looking for the solar minimum. And in 2012, the group of authors from starting with Fusa Miyake and also including my PhD promoter, Toshio Nakamura, has published in Nature this article showing the increase of radiocarbon within 1 year, which rise to 15 per mil within 1 year. And those are the results. And on the right, we can see the comparison with the INTCAL, and we can see that the INTCAL is completely blind for such event. And several laboratories around the world start to remeasure this and shows that this event has a global character. So it means the first we found this in Japan, but now it can be found everywhere on the globe. And everywhere it has more or less the same magnitude. However, sometimes it's a little bit shifted with time. So those are the results of the magnitude. And we have this about 15 to 16 per mil within 1 year. And shortly after, or a year after, another event like this has been published. And this was an increase not of 15, but about 10 to 11 per mil within the years 993 and 994 AD. So even the magnitude and the energy associated with this event has been smaller than in the event in 774. Another event, this is the comparison between those two events. And here we have another event in 660 BC. So this event is especially interesting because it lays down in the Hallstatt Plateau, and this can bring a little bit, this is like an oasis for those interested in dating in this period. So this event can bring a light and a better precision for the radiocarbon dates in this period. And me and my colleague, Jacek Pawlyta, basically Jacek Pawlyta and me, we have published recently a paper in which, using a calibration curve, we have found, or we have pointed periods in which the Miyake event, or similar to Miyake event, events can occur. And there is by now, there is about 10 to 12 confirmed Miyake events. And here in this table is around 18. Some of them still needs to be confirmed. And some of those are already confirmed. And we can see that there is a big amount of such events over the time. And you have to remember that this event it's an energy in the space which, reaching our atmosphere, can cause big problems for us. And first, there was a discussion, what is the source of the Miyake event? And those are the possible reasons of this event. Supernova, gamma burst, and comet impact has been really at the beginning out of the range. There are reasons why it's not those events, but now we know that the source of this event is the cascade of the solar particle, solar proton energetic particle. and coronal mass ejection. And both of those, and this is a cascade, so it's not only that one and one, but this can be few and few, in which the coronal mass ejection open the magnetic field, Earth magnetic field, and this allows the protons to penetrate the atmosphere and produce excess of C14. And the energy is quite huge. If you probably know, in 1859, there was a Carrington event who burned out all the telegraph network in United States, and the aurora borealis has been seen down to Madrid and Lisbon. So this was enough. And those Miyake events are 100 times more powerful than the Carrington events. So what would happen if this be right now? And this has been under the consideration of the risk management. And in the risk management, there are events groups into the two groups, the one called Dragon King and the one Black Swan. So the Black Swan, those are the powerful events which cannot be predicted. As an example, this could be a 9/11, so the disaster in New York, huge volcano eruption or huge earthquake could also be classified as a black swan. The Dragon King is also a powerful event, but which can be to certain level predicted. It could be, for example, the big crisis. It could be the war. The Second World War could be predicted. Even the war in Ukraine could be predicted, because if somebody concentrates 150,000 troops, it's not for fun, it's for war. So those are Dragon King events. So it is a threat for the whole society. Same like the Miyake event could be. And now is a question, is the Miyake event Black Swan or a Dragon King event? At the beginning, we thought that this is a Black Swan, so we will not be able to predict. We know the huge, powerful Miyake event and the very small, like a Carrington event, but there was a lack of middle powerful events in time. And the problem were overhead, because when you use the calibration curve, you cannot say anything because it's not precise. You need to remeasure this with a better precision. And here such measurement has been done. My colleagues, Hiroko Miyahara, in 2022 present this paper. Here we have the periods of the big solar minima, starting from Dalton, Mauders, Furrer, and Wolf, and then in the annual ring, she has remeasured one by one with a precision of half a per mil. Half a per mil. So the normal precision is a 3 per mil, which require about 100,000 counts. 2 per mil is around 500,000 counts. 1 per mil, 1 million. So half a per mil would be like a couple of millions. So it means the one sample has to be measured 10, maybe 15, or maybe more time to reach this precision. But comparing this with the curve from this period from another laboratory, you can see that it shows much more structure. And here we have first Miyake event or small increase, here the second and the third, and you cannot see it directly from this curve because the uncertainty overlap this. It means the new calibration curve has to be remeasured with a better precision. This is so I will say, yes, Miyake event will help because already there are laboratories which produce more and more data, which can go directly to the calibration curve. And we observe this now, the INTCAL 20 and SHCAL 20 for the 5,000 years are with 1 year resolution, whereas Before it was 5 to 10 years resolution. So we have an already better resolution for this. And having a calibration curve with such structure, we don't have to even calibrate the sample. We only need a sequence of samples, and then we can compare this. And using such, before we have used something like wiggle matching, but today it will call spike matching. And the spike matching has been used. This is the first use and is already old, 2014, so 11 years old. And this is a paper by Lucas Wacker et al., which presents the precise dating of a chapel or Carolingian chapel from Swiss. There was a question from historian, is the chapel built in the regime of Karel the Great or only in the Carolingian dynasty? So has been Karel the Great involved in building this, not per se, but was it built during this the time of living of Karel the Great, or there was something later? And using the Miyake event and the wooden structure inside the chapel, there was this. So this is those are the data from the Miyake event, and those are the measurements in annual tree ring coming from the structure and comparing this, matching this. They were able to determine when the tree were cut and if it's possible that it was during the regime of Karel the Great or not. And the answer is yes, it was erected during the regime of Karel the Great. And also we can use it in the dendrochronology. So this is how we construct the dendrochronological scale. So starting from the living material and then from the constructed the wood used for construction, we can match those and go to the subfossil wood and then exchange this calibration curve, dendrochronological calibration curve, for hundreds and hundreds of years. However, sometimes the situation looks like this, that we don't have this link to the present. And we, instead of the absolute dendrochronological scale, we have such things like floating dendrochronological scale. And this is the case of the place in Ujście. It's in the northwest Poland. So basically, this is the region where the Kingdom of Poland starts. And this is the small town in which the surface of the roads in the town were firmed using wooden logs. And it was reconstructed in time many times. So there is a huge scale. Let's say there is the tree rings in those trees cover about more than 200 years. And here is the dendrochronology. On the right, we see all those trunks, how they correspond to each other, and the dendrochronological curve cover, as you can see, more than 200 years. And on the left side, we see the first measurement using the wiggle matching. So it was still not absolutely dated, but at least put in more or less time. This wiggle matching has an uncertainty of 20, 30 years, but we can better. And what we did, we have the master curve for the event in 993 in Poland, and we remeasured samples. Those are the red dots. year by year. And then basically, this is what we did. We have shifted them over the calibration curve, calculating the difference between those uh, points in 1 year using the less square or the minimum square method. We got into this picture saying in this year the the sum is the minimum, so this is the corresponding fit. We use this age, and then finally we have the fit between those two curves, which mean on the end we have an absolute scale. And the same can be used in dating, where you don't meet the calibration curve, but you calibrate this against the structure of the calibration curve. And now this is just before the conclusion, this is the material which is probably the pin in the ass in archaeology. So you have the charcoal, and if you will measure this, every reviewer will complain that there is an old wood effect. Or how do you want to associate with this? If you measure it as a total, as a bulk, maybe. But the good thing is the charcoal, even it's burned wood, it still maintains the structure. So you can see in the cross section all the annual rings. And if you measure each ring separately, then you can calibrate this against the structure of the calibration curve and obtain a precise date, absolute date. So this is the future probably for the task when not the normal radiocarbon calibration, not the normal radiocarbon dating can be used, but a little bit more specific and more deep. And this could be the future for such tasks like we observe in the Andean. And yes, those are the conclusions. So the Miyake even has this potential. The spike matching will bring us up to the absolute date. Only the archaeologist has to know how to interpret it. This is not our job. We are physicists. We are likely to collaborate, but as long as the archaeologist doesn't want to be the best physicist, we will not be the best archaeologist. And this is what the new generation of calibration curve. So maybe there is a slow saying goodbye to the normal calibration curve. And probably in the future would be better to collect much more information from the different areas. And then when you have the samples from, for example, Cusco, to build a huge database of the available data for the calibration curve and build in situ calibration curve from the data surrounding the samples, the place from which the sample come, and not using the SHCAL or INTCAL, because for me it's useless in many cases, and especially in the South America. And of course, the close collaboration between the sciences from different disciplines is must in this case. So thank you for your attention. I hope it was not that bad. So see you next time. Bye-bye. To chyba nie działa. To lepiej tego nie ten, to nie chciało działać.
Okay. So, dear all, I would like to invite you to my talk about calibration of the carbon days, because in the context of the Andes area, it's complicated and few tricks are needed. So my name is Maciej Andrzejowski and I come from Sejra University of Technology. So the purpose of the talk is to convince you that when you got a calibration result, the carbon measurement, it's only half of the story. You need to calibrate it, as Professor Rakowski explained in previous talk. And this clean number, lab report, you need to translate to your context, to your data, to your final results of your site. And that's where the adventure begins. So good report from the carbon measurements contains laboratory number, like in this case, for example, GDA 2503 or key number 3011, 19. You need to have radiocarbon age, which you all probably are familiar with. So either expressed in years BP or in percent modern carbon or in fraction modern carbon. You need to have details how the results was calculated. Most common ways is calculating this accord vector Stuyver and Pollak 9766 and correct for fractionation using reported value. Also, in order to have a good calibration, you need to know how the sample was pretreated and how the sample was extracted. And finally, if there are some other corrections which you can apply, like correction for stable isotopes, this is also beneficial for the calibration. But you can read more in Alex Belly's very good paper about quality in Bayesian chronological. It was published in World Anthology 10 years ago. But there is one another aspect, and this is, as I said, calibration. So we need to think how the reservoir offset or any other things influence your calibration. And there may be a lot of things to improve your basic calibration. But to come to calibration, we need to once more tell us a little bit about radiocarbon calibration curve. And carbon archives are 3 rings, which Professor Rakowski explained before, and they are precise for the last 14,000 years. Plant macrofossils, when short life remains, extend those records. Then you have speleoterms, and finally marine archives. And finally, we can construct the calibration curve. On the first panel, we can see the exact Miyake event that Professor Rakowski told us about in previous presentation, and some other calibration curves regions where you can see they're constructed in different ways. And here we can see simple calibration of simple data. We will come to this later. So how you obtain this calibration curve in the process? So I will have animation here. I hope it will work. Yes. So with the blue line, you have calibration curve marked here. And then you transform your radiocarbon result, which is marked as red here, onto this calibration curve. And you have some statistics working on to give you the fall of these raindrops, which will produce your distribution of your calendar year, your actual result. And this distribution is something that you fit into your chronology. And it doesn't have to be Gaussian, it doesn't have to be normal, it can be any shape as the calibration curve transforms it into. So how to calibrate the carbon dates? Just brief explanation. I think from most of you came to this point that you already know this, but I will short it. So if we have this radiocarbon date of 177 and plus minus 16 years before present, we can put this into Oxcal software, most popular, into some different ways, example with the block code, or program this. And after you will press this arrow to calibrate it, you will get result in the form of the table or in the form of the plot across the calibration curve which you actually used, or as the single plot, which we call it, when you have both first radiocarbon measurement and calibration curve, and then your result. So what are about the calibration curve? There are some different regions of calibration curve when you can reach different precision for different types. So in one type of the calibration curve, you can, for the same precision, so we have here sample of 727 years plus minus 21 years BP. You obtain range of 35 calendar years, but for the similar size, 200 radiocarbon years older, you obtain the range of 122 calendar years. So you can see that even if the precision of measurement is the same, your actual result depends on your event, when it happened, and your precision is also linked to these regions. So the construction of calibration curve itself. So what are the good pure information for calibration? So definitely reservoirs. So either sample come from marine environment, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. Age of the dead, animal bones. We assume that animals died very young age, like 1 to 3 years, cattle, etc. So this can be assumed that time of construction of bone is also constructed with the death of the organism. Also singular seals, or in case of human bones, if we can establish based on body structure what was the time of death of the organism, it also is beneficial. We need to establish single entity of our sample. So whether it was what type of the bone was it, or whether it was some bud scale or some twig. So what was our material dated? What is this connection to distinct individuals? So what is our sample representing in context of whole area or whole region which we are dating? And what is the functional or physical association like stratigraphy and position of the sample? Most common for information are boundaries, which we divide in obvious two categories. So terminus post quem and terminus ante quem. And taking the same example as before, if we know that our event happened before 720 Anno Domini, then we can plot this into our structure of our code into different waves, into writing the code or using the block commands. And then the same plot that we saw before only gives us one region of calibration. So all other are discarded, and we finally narrowed our results. And this is good because we don't have to have very precise information when the boundary occurred. You can have information that is not so precise. You can have it with uncertainty. In this case, it was plus minus 10 years. So also, other examples which you can plot into chronology are known gaps about your culture and about your specimens. So if we take example that we have specimen A, which is 900 plus minus 10, 20 years BP, another specimen which is 870 plus minus 20 BP, and specimen C, which is 800 plus minus 20 BP, and they are uncorrelated, then if we plot these results, we obtain different distributions of the date, and we cannot say nothing about them more than these distributions. But if we'll go to this example and just assume, this is just assumption, that they come from the culture in which individuals are typically considered adult at the age of 33 years, and we assume that they typically have their first children at 40 plus minus 5 years, and name those specimens as Balbo, Mungo, and Ringo, and their respective father and grandfather of each other, we can plot this information into our sequence using v-sequence command into Oxcal. And now we obtain the much narrowed distributions of possible dates. And this is especially common as if you have some graves, etc., and can establish even links not between father-son relation, but generation, that this comes from different generation of individuals. You can also use these constraints in your model. In this example, which is imaginary, but still holds, we can see that we have the real birth years here, and our birth years based on our calibration and model fits very well with our story. In this case, I was, of course, making one simplification that we didn't correct for construction of the specific bone, because we assumed here that we are dating the bones and the milk teeth. And if you want to include this information, you need to also shift your results based on the human teeth material which are formed. So, for example, lower upper first molar is formed, say, 6 years after birth, more or less, but lower upper left permanent second molar is formed 12 years after birth. So if you want to implement this information, you need to know which exactly was teeth we were using and plot this into your chronology. So we can see here that we have bone, which is that we don't know what type of the teeth it was, and we have results for 1427 to 1457. And then if it's first molar or second molar, actually we see this on the blue lines here in the oxcal. We have shifted the years till the previous time, so we know that the birth of the organism occurred earlier than the bone itself is dating, because it contains different carbon signal than the rest of the body. So this is good example. There also can be ugly ones, like if we don't have the precise knowledge of the environment and assume that we have a date of 753 years and plus minus 40 years, BP, but we lack the knowledge from which reservoir plane from. So basically from which hemisphere, is it northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, or a marine environment? And if you calculate the result, so this is the code which we will use, we can see that these dates are differently offset. So for in the marine plant, you will date into something about 17th century, but in the case of southern hemisphere, they are offset about 30 years, calendar years. So you need to take also this into account, especially in the Andes area, which I will come back later to this. And this is the same plot, but on the calibration curve plot, and you can see these offsets that here the curves are offsetted from about 30 years, 20, and in the Andes area you have mixture of these curves occurring there. There also are ugly and bad situation when you need to avoid using or be very careful using mean and median because it's very risky. As I said earlier, the radiocarbon determination is all about the distribution of the results, not about single point dating. So if you want to have single answer, you can be very sometimes mislead by your result. So in this case, I put just 4 very similar dates. So 578 plus minus 18, 478, and 578, and 278 plus minus 18, just 4 dates at random. And you can see that in this case, mean and median falls in the first distribution, completely ignoring the other. In this case, it's matched very, very well. And in this case, using mean or median is very justified. But there can be other cases when your mean or median can fall either into your distribution or between your distributions. So you need to be very careful about it when you are using this, and by you build your chronology about these events. And finally, coming to the Andes area, what can be used in the case of Andes area and what are the troubles. And more of this will be talked in the next lectures. But first, sequences and boundary, and they were used in the Muyu Muyu site, and more today by Jan Kwaput. He will give next lecture about this, that in this area, there was in one layer association about Naputina eruption, right? Like Naputina eruption in 1600. And if we use this in our model, we can see, I will zoom it in, that it very well helps us establishing the chronology, because now we can see that this cannot be the path where the chronology is occurring. So this result, because we have stratigraphic also information that this comes from stratigraphic layer 5 and this from stratigraphic layer 3, that this is not the path where our results were occurring, because then it will come after the eruption of the volcano. So we need to have the calibration curves, and the models shows us that we need to have path which will go like this. So this event here happened at this time, and the two of them followed it. Another area is that you have different R pulses from both hemispheres. And in Andes area, the mixing of it is so complicated that sometimes even if one burial, Dominica will talk about this later, and Dagmara will be talking about this later, you can have different air pulses in samples from the same excavation. Air pulses contained in the sample, I should be more precise. And in that case, we found that the three samples, so coca leaves, manioc, and maize grains, had different air pulses signatures, and we calculated them using different combinations of northern, southern hemisphere calibration curve to obtain the overall result of our calibration, which matched all of the results, because there was strong assumption that the samples come from the same time calendar year, but the signal can be disrupted by the air pulses coming from different sources of Inca Empire, which spans across huge territory, which is also influenced by different air pulses. And final application in Andes area, I didn't put here many sites, no sites about occupations, because it's very complicated topic. But about occupation in Machu Picchu region, more today by Dominica, you can see that there are new and new approaches in the carbon method. So this is traditional approach of summing the probabilities, the densities. The not so new established about 15 years ago was kernel density estimation, which smoothens this distribution. But now it comes that variable rate Poisson density estimation can really tell us about occupation. So in this principle, can really distinguish between these artifacts coming from the calibration curve, so those two peaks, either it was really a drop in occupation or the occupation was the constant, and that are coming from different construction of calibration curve in this theory and principle. So whether it's true, you need to also consider your research and your knowledge about the site. So, but in this principle, it can also distinguish it. And on the second panel, you have here the probability distribution on different site. And why I put it here? Because those panel you can use for quantitative calculations with those methods. But these panels from the and these first two methods you should also use with the qualitative description of your site. So you need to be very careful when you use the radiocarbon dates as quantitative numbers or qualitative description of your site. Okay, so to summarize, the good publication with radiocarbon dates, we have calibration data used, including the reservoir effects and how you calibrate data. For example, using the southern hemisphere atmospheric calibration curve. So also in the Andes area where you used mix of calibration curve, which is now heavily recommended. The software, how you calibrated your data, and the calibrated data given as range, not as single point, but as range with associated probability and clearly identified timescale. So Anno Domini, common era, so something that can be clearly distinguished. And you can read more in Andrew Millard's paper for conventions for reporting determinations from 2014. And this is some jokes, so yeah, I should never misuse the carbon dating. And I was told that questions will be answered about whole talks. So thank you for your attention. And
Hello, everyone. Its next presentation is the project and the moment development in Peru. Its title is Dendrochronology on the Northern Coast of Peru. The studies on the species Niltuma pallida, algarrobo is a name common, for the construction of the chronology sky. Items. First, I talk about the geographical context. Next, the aims, the research projects. Then, methodologies. Next, dendrochronology in northern Peru. Its history, the development, the dendrochronology in Peru. And finally, upcoming the results. The geographical context is very for part is the previous studies have demonstrated the dendrochronology is potential of Euprosopis algarrobo. The forest algarrobos have expanded into areas in desert regions. They can reach heights exceeding 13 meters. As the ground, this species is all the coast of Peru. This is information is the change the name in the moment is the Neltuma pallida. The algarrobo has the condition for development the dendrochronology. This we can see two pictures, the different samples, but we can see the borders and different size. For example, the red light, the green red. Its circles showed ceiling, the ceiling glass. The ceiling is different size. It specifies association with precipitation in different variables in climatic variables. There is hypothesis if it could be considered that the xylem vessels have a larger area in year with an El Niño event than in one without it. Is specific in the different size the rings in the xylem vessels. Aims. But this project has following aims. Enhancing the data set on past climatic variability in northern Peru and its complex interactions with El Niño southern oscillation events is ENSO. Other aims is development of dendrochronological series in modern algarrobo trees. Three aims is prepare on absolute dendrochronological scale the northern coast of Peru. The methodology is first is reviewed the past studies and it then a selection of new sampling points. Then is collection of wood samples and construction of chronological series. After is the measurement of the composition of a stable carbon and oxygen isotopes. Finally is data analysis, statistical evaluation, and dissemination of results. In methodology, phase 1 is reviewed the past studies, but this one picture up moment is is okay. Okay, okay, perfect. This one picture, different points is the past stops. There is many points. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's continue. Many points is past studies. This studies is the different items. But many or a lot of studies is in region Piura. Green points is region Piura. The selection of new sample points is very important and not the different studies in the different items. Then is collection and export permits for samplings authorized by Peruvian authorities. The Peruvian entity is therefore granted the permit for the collection of wood until the year 2028 is good news for me if part development in future new projects. Collection of wood samples, but collection wood sample is necessary. Collect the samples in points specific for the weight, the cost. Because these samples is present the rings association with parameters or variables climates. Maybe it is collection of botanical samples is necessary to obtain the granted the permit. The collection to weight is the correct section. The new points is located in following regions is the coast, northern coastal Peru, is the sample, this one, the samples is the botanical. In total, from 80-40 sampling, is sites located in regions of northern in Peru, Tumbes, Piura, Lambayeque, and Trujillo. In future, maybe to collect samples in other regions is Ancash. In methodology, the sample collection is in two ways, by extracting plugs using a drill adapted for this type of species, in specific species, algarrobo. Because the wood, the algarrobo, is heavy and very hard. Other way is using a chainsaw. This one but obtain this sample. Okay. After the collection, is the sample were dried in the dendrochronology laboratory of the University of Piura. Is drying. Next is preparation of sample for export to Poland. Finally, supervision of export the sample control for for entities Peruvians. It's very important in this case, the preserve the samples. They was placed around the cross section samples to protect the bag. Second phase is laboratory. In this moment is in the process the sanding the each samples, but well, next is the process, the contents of the butte, different rings, in all the samples. Okay? The polishing work is observation phases of the ring is currently underway for countings on the developments on dendrochronological series. The work is being carried out in the laboratory of the Silesian Universities of Technology. This picture is currently in this moment in the process, the sanding, in the measurements for this next months is development of the dendrochronological series. Okay? In dendrochronology in Peru is the first dendrochronology studies carried out in this region in 205 is this study is in two species, algarrobo and palo santo. Both is very important species, but in the what is has information the correlation with precipitation in this region. Okay? Other study is was in 2016. This one in this picture is events. The highest precipitation or rainfall is these 3 March or 3 events rainfall in 1983. In it is other this one. Second is 3 this in the picture. But this study development is in Piura region. The picture up is in Piura area. Other is in Ancash, different regions. This in the coast and the northern is in Cas. This study has different data in young tree and old tree. Old tree is an archaeology case. A tree modern tree or young tree. But to date, the rings, data rings, the young tree, was comparison by climatic variables in the paita. Paita is impure. Is different region, but these variabilities you to use in comparison or correlation, but the Ancash region. Okay? This high rainfall is the information import in the highest size in the ring. Okay. There is a series dendroarchaeology is in Chanquillo. Chanquillo is the wood oil. But did not studies in isotopes in Chanquillo. No? The present or my research project is development, or I look at development, use I studies isotope. These upcoming results for the moment is the general, no? Is count the rings, is the samples, if data statistics is this first analysis for the moment. But the next stage is the measurements of the rings using to high precision limb tap station, then the test wing. Software will be used from the tile analysis of the climatic data. New samples will be called to strengthen the current database and perform the analysis using the Bayesian method. As the new data, the rings, is comparison or correlation with climatic parameters precipitation. This information, the paper this year. This analysis de dos scales global y scale local. The global contain the different ENSOs in general, because el scale local things present new data. For example, in 2017 in Peru was events the rainfall. Only the coast, not the coast, the region or the coast. This is so it's very important to consider new data, the scale local in precipitation for comparison with data the rains. In the future is I hope the new information in new dendrochronological constructions, dendrochronological measurements of tree ring sequence, interpretation of ENSO events, new correlation with the highest rainfall events of 2017 coastal Niño and 2023 a new dendrochronology series. High precision radiocarbon and stable isotope dating, development of an absolute dendrochronological calibration curve to obtain climatic information for the investigate region. New data to quantify change in this spatial extreme of the intertropical convergence zone and to improve the calibration curve. Acknowledgements in the funding institutions, Institutes of Physics, the Silesian University of Technology, National Science Centers in Poland, thank you. It's possible I make any mistake. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for your invitation. Bye.
Się działa. Też nawet tylko numerów diagnostyk, czy to jest temat?
Spokojnie.
Spójrz tylko po tym, czy się spotkał. Okay. So I will start with the presentation. My presentation will be in Spanish, since I will be talking mostly about Spanish in Spanish, since this is the language that we speak right now in Peru. But as my slides are in English, so it will be more easier for you to follow the narratives. Okay. Entonces, el título de la presentación son los fechados radiocarbónicos versus los fechados históricos del estado Inca, que es una forma de resumen del proyecto de cronología de la expansión Inca en la cordillera Vilcabamba. Este proyecto es un resultado de la colaboración de varios investigadores, que algunos de ellos están mencionados aquí abajo, pero es un esfuerzo de todo un equipo de investigación. Entonces, pasando a la introducción, el objetivo de esta presentación es encontrar la narrativa entre la mitología y la historia de las narrativas que cuentan la fundación de la ciudad Cusco, de la capital inca, y de importancia de la integración entre la arqueología y la historia para el estado inca. Obviamente por el motivo de la falta de las fuentes históricas que cuenten narrativas antes del 1532, para la zona andina nos estamos basando tanto en el radiocarbono, como van a ver, y en las fuentes históricas recogidas después de la llegada de los españoles en los Andes. Obviamente vamos a enfrentar un problema de la precisión de los fechados, que a continuación les voy a enseñar cómo lo estamos enfrentando, cuáles son nuestras formas de análisis de esos estudios. Y finalmente voy a volver a las narrativas históricas para hablar un poco de los eventos relativos y la información que nos ofrecen las fuentes etnohistóricas. Bueno, ¿qué es lo que sabemos de la historia inca? Bueno, lo que hasta la fecha se sabía, o bueno, se suponía que se basaba en lo que ha sido la crónica de Miguel Cabello de Balboa, recogida, publicada en 1586 y analizada por John Rowe y con su publicación de 1945. Entonces, Miguel Cabello de Balboa ha recogido más o menos la información del estado, de la cronología del desarrollo del estado inca, y se han ofrecido unas fechas tentativas de cuánto tiempo más o menos podría durar cada etapa con cada rey para el desarrollo del Estado Inca. En base de esto, se ha podido asociar la conquista inca en los Andes, sabiendo que, por ejemplo, durante el reinado de Pachacuti, los incas han tomado la zona de Antisuyo, lo que es Cusco, la zona de Machu Picchu, etcétera. Y con los incas que seguían, supuestamente se conquistaban nuevos terrenos. Esto asocia un desarrollo de la expansión inca de una manera cronológica lineal, que es un enfoque importante, pero como vamos a ver, tiene cierta problemática. Entonces, a esta información que disponemos, a la información histórica, pero principalmente relativa, ahí nos juntamos con el uso de radiocarbono y con lo que el radiocarbono nos ofrece. Para empezar, el radiocarbono ofrece un enfoque más o menos preciso para el tiempo estudiado, pero, o sea, es un rango, no es una fecha calendárica, sino es un rango de fechados que vamos a obtener, como van a ver por los ejemplos. Nos puede brindar más información acerca de las fases de la conquista inca y su expansión hacia los Andes, como lo vemos de la manera relativa, como van a ver a continuación. Esto nos apoya a hacer más correlaciones entre la información arqueológica de las excavaciones y hacer relatar esta información con las fuentes históricas de las crónicas españolas. Nuestro primer enfoque en este sentido, la primera pregunta científica que nos hemos hecho era para marcar la fase imperial asociada con Pachacuti, la conquista de Cusco, la conquista de la zona de actual Machu Picchu y los cambios drásticos en la capital de Cusco que se los asocia con el cambio de patrón durante el reinado de Pachacuti. ¿Y cuál es la relación entre esos eventos? Aquí lo que quiero subrayar es que no vamos a entrar en la discusión que es la conquista, porque la conquista puede tener varios significados que ha sido analizado y estudiado por otros, por favor, si están interesados en este tema. Entonces, nuestros objetivos de estudio era establecer las fechas absolutas para la construcción imperial en la capital de Cusco, encontrar la narrativa entre el mito y la cronología relativa y darle unos fechados absolutos y marcarlo dentro de un contexto del desarrollo de Estado Inca. Voy a repasar ahora brevemente algunos de los pasos que nos hemos dado que han sido mencionados hoy por las primeras presentaciones, que son etapas claves para entender cómo analizamos, cómo procedemos con los fechados arqueológicos, de contexto arqueológico en los Andes. ¿Por qué? Porque siempre tenemos que tener consideración dónde nos encontramos. ¿Por qué es importante? Porque nos encontramos en una zona donde se mezcla las zonas, las dos masas de aire entre hemisferio sur y norte y básicamente aquí el punto rojo es la zona donde hay mezclas de las dos curvas de calibración. Por este motivo tenemos que estar muy precisos con nuestros fechados. Siempre tener en consideración de dónde viene la muestra, cuál es su contexto y cómo analizarlo. Así es como lo podríamos más o menos transmitir hacia el desarrollo del Estado Inca pero obviamente no es tan simple porque básicamente para cada tipo del sitio Inca se debería, la verdad, analizar cuál es la influencia de cada mezcla, cómo se mezclan las masas de aire en cada lugar estudiado. Aquí, por ejemplo, tienen tres ejemplos, que es el Machu Picchu, el Chamicay en Ecuador y Tiquixchulpa en Bolivia, que como pueden ver, aunque no la parezca, en el Chamical, posiblemente tenemos más influencia del hemisferio sur que en Tiquixchulpa, que se encuentra en Bolivia, que aunque no lo parezca, así debería ser calibrado el resultado. ¿Por qué es tan importante? Es importante porque entre las curvas de calibración para para el tiempo del estado Inca hay diferencias. Esas diferencias van a influir nuestro resultado final, entonces siempre es importante saber cómo calibrar el resultado y reconstruir la secuencia de la ocupación, entonces para saber bien dónde estamos, tener más información posible de la muestra, como ha presentado Maximiliano en su presentación. Porque es importante, aquí un ejemplo, no sé si se ve muy bien, pero pueden ver que si tomamos solamente la curva de calibración del hemisferio norte o solo del sur, los resultados pueden variar hasta 30 años, que para el estado Inca es muchísimo y eso influye mucho nuestra información. Voy a referirme esta vez a dos estudios del Tahuantinsuyo, los estudios de la zona de Cusco, o actualmente Cusco, que es el Sacsayhuamán, y Machu Picchu y la zona de Vilcabamba. Estos estudios son claves para entender los procesos que hicieron posible la conquista inca en la cordillera del Cabamba, pero también nos brindan más información de cómo se creaba o cómo se ha realizado la conquista de la zona, cuál era la fase que seguía después del imperio, de que empiece a crecer de que se empiece la fase imperial. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que sabemos? ¿Cómo empieza la fase imperial inca? Husi Yupanqui, después de la victoria contra los chancas, eh, retoma el poder de Viracocha y esto es, en lo que sabemos de las fuentes históricas, el momento clave cuando estamos empezando de hablar de una fase imperial para el Estado Inca con, con el ascenso al poder de Cusi Yupanqui. Cusi Yupanqui asume el poder y se denomina, cambia su nombre al Pachacuti, sin entrar al detalle qué es lo que significa, pero es ahí donde empieza nuestra fase imperial del Estado Inca. Lo que es muy importante es también considerar que los primeros años para el Pachacuti eran asociados con la construcción de alianzas, con la consolidación política, movilización de la mano de obra. Entonces, la fase de la expansión imperial no se ha dado de inmediato porque Pachacuti tenía que establecer su poder y recién después, con todos los ejércitos, mano de obra que podría tener a disposición, podía empezar esta fase. Entonces, hay que considerar que había un tiempo que demoró, aunque ya estaba en poder. Entonces, lo que vamos a ver en las fuentes arqueológicas, especialmente tanto en Machu Picchu como en Cusco, va a ser la fase de la consolidación del poder, cuando El fase imperial ya se está dando, ya tenemos el poder, ya tenemos la mano de obra y se está dando todo este proceso. ¿Qué es lo que sabemos entonces de este proceso en el contexto de Sacsayhuamán? Hay ciertas narrativas que cuentan cuándo relativamente y cómo se está reconstruyendo el Sacsayhuamán. Entonces, algunos cuentan que Inca Yupanqui, después de la victoria contra los chancas, mandó a hacer la fortaleza de Sacsayhuamán, como Pedro Sarmiento de Gamboa, por ejemplo, y esto es una información relativa que nos ayuda con este conocimiento reestudiar cuándo se ha dado este momento en base en nuestra información arqueológica. Entonces, un poco resumiendo, tenemos varias fases de la construcción de Sacsayhuamán que en base de los resultados radiocarbónicos y como van a ver a continuación, y los resultados históricos relativos podemos reconstruir en base de las fuentes históricas. Bueno, pasando a los resultados para la fase de construcción imperial en Sacsayhuamán, ahí en base a una serie de las muestras radiocarbónicas se ha podido distinguir varios momentos que ahora podemos asociar con ciertos eventos relativos de los que solo tuvimos el conocimiento de las fuentes relativas. Bueno, la primera fase que no se tenía conocimiento, que es la presencia quilque en Sacsayhuamán. La presencia quilque es básicamente todavía pre-inca, antes de que los incas empiecen con su estado imperial, pero es una presencia marcada de la presencia quilque en Sacsayhuamán con unas estructuras no tan monumentales como los incas, pero muy básicas. Después de la presencia quilque tenemos la primera presencia inca con los primeros fechados que, como van a ver, la siguen. Entonces están asociados con los primeros contextos incas cuando estamos hablando del estado inca, pero todavía no en su forma imperial. La siguiente fase que pudimos diferenciar, que un poco se está mezclando con la fase interior, es la fase imperial. La fase imperial, como van a ver aquí, es muy bien pronunciada en los resultados radiocarbónicos. Es la fase donde el Sacsayhuamán sufre muchos cambios por el motivo de cambio de patrón, de la arquitectura más monumental en varias partes del sitio y que es una fase, diríamos, asociada con la presencia de una mano de obra. Entonces lo asociamos más bien con la fase imperial inca. Y la fase que sigue, que ya es bien establecida, asociado con Topa Inca, Topa Inca y Huayna Cápac, que siguen después de Pachacuti, Inca y Yupanqui, que solamente están añadiendo pequeños cambios en el sitio, desarrollando constantemente. Obviamente hay una clase de fechados que son posteriores, que por obvios motivos el sitio ha servido como una cantera para la ciudad de Cusco después del crecimiento radical durante la ocupación española de la ciudad y en las, bueno, décadas posteriores. Mm, Hemos intentado buscar cuándo los incas empezaron esta fase imperial en base a la información que supimos, que después de la victoria contra los chancas, el Inca Yupanqui mandó a hacer la fortaleza de Sacsayhuamán. Eso significa cuándo se ha dado esta información, cuándo se ha realizado esto. Entonces, hemos retomado varias muestras del sitio de Sacsayhuamán que han sido reflectados en lo que hemos denominado una gran inversión del Estado, tanto del sector de Cruzmoco como Muyucmarca, y hemos podido establecer que este periodo, este rango de periodo que estamos hablando, se ha dado más o menos entre 1515 y 1415 y 1436. Entonces, para nosotros, este es el momento de la fase imperial ya bien establecida durante el reinado de Pachacuti y bien marcada en los resultados radiocarbónicos. Ahora, pasando, entonces, esta es la información que obtuvimos para la fase imperial del Sacsayhuamán, que está obviamente en corazón de la capital inca. En lo que toca la conquista inca hacia la cordillera de Vilcabamba, ahí nos hemos basado en varios resultados y hemos podido obtener diferentes formas de resultados. Entonces, esto ha empezado hace mucho tiempo con la primera fecha canónica del Machu Picchu, que esto ha sido publicado en 1988, que Machu Picchu ha sido construido, bueno, fechado con el uso de radiocarbono y estos son literalmente los resultados que han sido pu- publicados. Ya espero que no tengo que explicar después de las presentaciones anteriores por qué presentar una fecha calendárica en este caso está totalmente mal, pero por varios motivos esto ha sido retomado por la prensa de todo el mundo que Machu Picchu ha sido construido en 1450, una fecha perfecta, canónica. Eso era válido por más de 30 años, porque durante 30 años no se ha dado ninguna publicación nueva acerca del radiocarbono, los fechados radiocarbónicos de Machu Picchu hasta la publicación en 2020, liderada por profesor Mariusz Żukowski, quien ha publicado un resultado de una serie de fechas radiocarbónicas, tanto para la Yacta de Machu Picchu como los sitios satélites como Chabamba y Choquequirau. Entonces, ahí era el primer enfoque de reconstruir cuál era la fecha real radiocarbónica para el estado, para la construcción de Machu Picchu. Este era el primer enfoque que nos hizo pensar que la verdad es que se puede hacer todavía más y que se puede obtener mejores resultados con el uso de radiocarbono. Entonces, actualmente, después de 5 años del proyecto que se está realizando para los fechados de la zona de Cordillera Vilcabamba, hemos podido obtener hasta 80 nuevos resultados para la zona del Parque Arqueológico Nacional de Machu Picchu. Hemos compilado una década de estudios polaco-peruanos en el Parque Arqueológico Nacional de Machu Picchu y hemos podido reconstruir toda una serie de ocupación incaica en la zona. Entonces, bueno, yendo a los resultados, ya Max ha enseñado un poco en base a toda la serie de las muestras que hemos analizado, hemos podido establecer que Machu Picchu ha sido urbanizado, es decir, ya estaba bien establecido y ya conquistado el año 1400. El 1300 es posible que incluso anteriormente, en 1385. Entonces, considerando que todos sabemos, en 1532 tenemos una fecha de la llegada de los españoles hacia los Andes, el descenso de la ocupación en la zona de Machu Picchu está muy bien marcada en los resultados que podemos ver aquí, pero básicamente en cada de esas partes se ve un descenso. Pero el descenso no es total, que voy a explicar a continuación. Entonces, para la zona de Machu Picchu, que es toda una serie de sitios satélites, pero me estoy refiriendo a Machu Picchu, no solo el sitio LEAC de Machu Picchu, sino toda la red de sitios satélites. Hemos establecido que el año 1400, más o menos, acerca de esta fecha, se está notando el ascenso de la urbanización. Entonces, pasando hacia los resultados puntuales de los sitios arqueológicos, como podemos ver, algunos de los sitios seguían ocupados, especialmente después del supuesto abandono de Machu Picchu, que la verdad es que nunca ha sido abandonado, porque incluso cuando Bingham llega al Machu Picchu hay familias viviendo ahí, pero para Toronto y Salapunku podemos ver que hay una ocupación humana que sigue después del 1532, que es un resultado, bueno, bastante interesante, especialmente en el caso de Salapunku, porque para Toronto sabemos que había una hacienda que funcionaba ahí. Pero lo interesante es cuando lo contrastamos con los resultados recalibrados y publicados por Brian Bauer, Javier Fonseca y Miriam Araoz para la zona de Vilcabamba, y complementados con el proyecto de investigación arqueológica liderada por Janet Guzmán. ¿Qué son estos resultados para Yurakrumi y la Vilcabamba? Pero Vilcabamba entendida como la zona en este caso, no solo el sitio de Espíritu Pampa. Entonces, para Vilcabamba podemos ver que Yurakrumi ya había sido ocupado antes de que empiece a ser la urbanización de Machu Picchu. Pero Brian Bauer y sus colegas explican que esto se pudo haber dado por el motivo del reuso de materiales para la construcción de Urakrum. Entonces, aquí no está claro, y a estas alturas es muy difícil de reconstruir si estamos hablando del reuso de materiales, del reciclaje de materiales para la construcción inca en este caso, o más bien es una fundación pre-inca que ha sido reutilizada por los incas al momento de su llegada. Entonces, Yurakrumi es un ejemplo muy interesante, pero no brinda una información homogénea para lo que es el estudio de la conquista inca en la zona. Los resultados de Vilcabamba, del otro lado, son muy interesantes, especialmente si consideramos que Vilcabamba como Espíritu Pampa y después la zona del Valle de Vilcabamba eh, están abandonadas por un cierto momento después de que los Wari lo abandonan, pero los incas lo modifican o llegan hacia la zona de Vilcabamba muy tarde, hacia los mediados de 1450 aproximadamente. Es un resultado bastante interesante, considerando que Vilcabamba se ha convertido en la capital inca eventualmente. Entonces, los incas siguen aquí bastante tarde, y significativamente más tarde, aproximadamente 50 años o más, que a la zona de Machu Picchu. Bueno, ¿qué es lo que sabemos entonces de Machu Picchu en el contexto de los resultados? Que podemos ver que obviamente Machu Picchu nunca funcionó por separado, que es un centro ceremonial y urbano con una serie de sitios satélites con una escala regional. Estos nuevos resultados nos ayudan a hacer bien, marcar bien la fase, cuando empieza la fase imperial del Estado Inca. Y también nos hace pensar que el Machu Picchu ha sido de alguna manera priorizado para el desarrollo en lo que es la cordillera de Vilcabamba con los resultados que disponemos hasta ahora. Como he mencionado, quisiera volver un segundo hacia el lugar donde hemos empezado, que es lo que es la historia cronológica bueno, la cronología histórica de John Rowe, que ha basado sus estudios en la publicación de Miguel Cabello de Balboa, que es la segunda. Pero John Rowe al mismo tiempo publica cronología establecida en base de, de la crónica del Sarmiento. Entonces, bueno, ya no entrando en detalle para cómo empieza el Estado Inca, pero concentrándonos en la fase final, si consideramos los fechados de la zona de Machu Picchu, de cómo empieza a crecer el Estado Inca y desde cuándo tenemos nuestros resultados, bueno, la pregunta es que si John Rowe estaba equivocado, que como todos los dicen, o más bien confía en mal persona, porque parece que los fechados de Sarmiento, de Sarmiento que de Miguel de Cabello de Balboa son más adecuados para lo que sabemos de los resultados radiocarbónicos, que es lo que se conocía por los últimos 80 años. Entonces, mi sugerencia es más bien buscar un camino por el medio, porque la verdad es que tanto Sarmiento como Miguel Cabello de Balboa no estaban bueno, no estaban exactos con la información que presentan, pero parece que Sarmiento estaba un poco más cercano hacia la verdad que Miguel Cabello de Balboa. Y bueno, en lo que son las conclusiones para el Estado Inca, podemos sospechar que los fechados para la zona de Machu Picchu son por lo menos 60 años más anteriores a lo que se creía hasta ahora, que era la fecha del 450. Parece hasta la fecha que la construcción inca de la Vilcabamba como la capital inca seguía después de la construcción de Machu Picchu y que posiblemente la reconstrucción de Sacsayhuamán durante Pachacuti también seguía después de Machu Picchu, porque los principios de la urbanización de Machu Picchu se están dando un poco más antes. En lo que toca a las implicaciones más amplias, esto es bastante importante para los estudios regionales porque nos ayuda a enfocarnos en contextos más amplios, entendiendo de dónde empieza, cómo empieza la fase imperial y con qué distancia, con qué eventos se está realizando. Y bueno, eso subraya la necesidad de estudio basado en la tradición histórica y tradición basada en resultados radiocarbónicos. Consideramos que hay ciertos caminos para el futuro de los estudios andinos, que obviamente es consolidación de los resultados que estamos obteniendo con varios otros marcadores, como el efecto Miyake que ha mencionado el profesor Rakowski anteriormente, basar los resultados exclusivamente, si es posible, en las especies de corta vida o también basarlos en la información dendrocronológica, si es posible, que obviamente no es el caso muy popular para la zona de los Andes. Y bueno, básicamente todos esos estudios estamos intentando hacer posible con nuestros proyectos que se están desarrollando, como han podido ver. Bueno, gracias. Todo este proyecto es un esfuerzo de un equipo, como lo he mencionado, gracias a la colaboración con la Dirección de Consejería de Cultura Cusco, el Ministerio de Cultura del Perú y gracias al convenio de colaboración internacional del Centro de Estudios Andinos de la Universidad de Varsovia en el Cusco. Mm, gracias. Creo que creo que tenemos tiempo ahora para la discusión, si no me equivoco. Una pequeña discusión y ronda de preguntas y la pausa, ¿no? Sí, ok. Let's see. Ok, ok. Yeah. Mm, ujú, ya. Vamos a tener una pequeña discusión después de esta parte. Si alguien de ustedes tiene preguntas hacia los ponentes que han presentado esta primera parte de la presentación, por favor, si quieren hacer sus preguntas, tanto por el chat, ya están también, pueden tomar voz o por la discusión. También vamos a revisar la información que estamos teniendo en YouTube. Por favor, si alguien está teniendo algunas preguntas, observaciones.
Sí,
Sí,
soy Martti Pärssinen y primero quiero agradecer estas ponencias, todos eran muy interesantes y yo también aprendí siempre algo nuevo y Marius me pidió comentar algo sobre esta ponencia de Dominica y, y por eso...
sí, por favor, también vamos a tener una discusión al final porque la segunda parte van a ser también estudios ya específicos, pero le invitamos a tomar también palabra ahora en esta parte.
Entonces voy a esperar que voy a hablar más sobre este punto metodológico entre historia y arqueología, como hablamos con Marius. ¿Está bien? Sí,
Ya, perfecto, como guste.
sí.
Gracias, muchas gracias. Si alguien tiene alguna otra intervención, Brian Bauer, que voy a leer, que no sé. Please note there is no confusion. Ah, tenemos varias, ok. Um, Carving under there is no reuse by earlier or late. Okay, thank you for noting this. I think we took this information from the publication on the Urak Rumi datings. So in this case, we will go back to these datings and we will check on the publication, and if it's okay for you, we will definitely write to you. Romel Ángeles, fechado de la fase Kirke en Sacsayhuamán. Sí, la fase Kirke de Sacsayhuamán, si no me equivoco, está como un poco posterior al 1200, bueno, 1200 aproximadamente. En lo que toca el estado en la zona del Cusco, este es un fechado bastante tardío comparando con los resultados del Salapunku. Tendría que revisar con precisión. Mi presentación está acá. Entonces voy a los resultados de Salapunku. Sí, justamente sí, es más o menos, no, 1300, bueno, empieza antes un poco de 1300 y sigue un poquitín más tarde. Bill Sealer has a question to Judith. To what extent is the thickness of dendrochronology leak affected by irrigation? Years of using canals. Can this be compared with oxygen isotopes? You mentioned this in your sampling. Can you use it to the refined dating? Judith, if you want to come and answer. Because they can hear you here.
Pero tienes que acercarte al micrófono porque de otra manera no te escucho.
I think I can answer.
Okay, so come. Okay.
This is working, yes. So I think there is no trend because all those okay. So the cultivation, so then artificial water. It's only the water which comes with the elk or with the precipitation naturally. They are not commercial. They are basically growing in the forest.
They cannot hear you. If you can
Dominica,
come.
sí, no podemos escuchar, disculpa.
Okay, if you can come. No, it's okay. Nie, ale już przyszedł tutaj. Okay.
Okay, so as I said, all those trees are growing wild. They are not in the cultivating area, so there is no any irrigation. They only receive the precipitation from the rain or from the heavy rain during the El Nino. So this is why we are sure that we can use it. So this is in the desert area in Piura. So the belt between the ocean and the Andean mountain.
I
So-
guess I'm asking the question because if we are using archaeological samples, we will not know whether they have had irrigation. So it'd be very useful to know if the isotope analysis that you're also doing is a way to check whether or not the dendrochronology thicknesses can be collaborated, if you like. Can you check them using your oxygen isotopes? Because it'd be for us, if we are using archaeological samples, we cannot be sure if a thick ring is due to irrigation or due to an El Nino
Yes.
event.
Yeah, I understand. So, but if it would be irrigated, shouldn't be the white, the rings the same white, because you irrigate this, so it should be more homogeneous. And here, if you have the differences, it means what? Either it's a natural or it is artificial, so it's irrigated, but it means in 1 year they irrigate this and the next year not, because there was some reason. So this question we cannot answer 100% to be sure that it's correct. But what we can say, we have used wild tree. So I've been there, I have seen those are all wild growing in this desert. We can use it. Nobody is irrigating this for never. So it means we can start with this one. Let's see what we can get from the archaeological samples. Maybe there will be some pattern. We'll say we are sure that those are not from the cultivation. They are wild tree which were cutted, or we will have the conclusion why in the present tree we have these patterns and in the archaeological not. Maybe yes, 500 years ago, maybe there were people, especially for cultivation of the tree. Yeah, this we have to wait for the answer.
But you may have a way of answering that question by using oxygen isotopes, and if you could show that it worked for your samples, we could then apply
Yes,
that
yes, yes, yes.
archaeologically.
Exactly. This is why we start from the present. When you start to build the dendrochronological scale, you also start with present. So this will go farther and farther. We will see what happens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, there's one more.
I cannot read.
From the existing Judith and Andre, from the existing literature, does it look like there is a difference in ENSO signal being picked by Algarrobo in the upper middle Piura versus coast? If there is,
Son las diferencias entre los El Niño signals en los árboles que crezcan frente al océano o más al dentro. Yeah.
Dentro de los estudios, lo que ya se conoce, se ha mencionado que se puede observar una variación más significativa en los algarrobos más alejados de la costa, porque estos algarrobos solo se benefician de las precipitaciones. Entonces, pueden registrar, digamos, con mejor calidad el crecimiento de los anillos en épocas de sequía y en épocas de lluvia. Para el proyecto de investigación hemos considerado los puntos más alejados de las zonas de ríos, de las zonas de lagos o incluso de zonas donde el nivel freático está muy superficial, para que podamos obtener un registro más significativo de las variables climáticas.
Yeah. So the answer would be, in this project, we will have all the trees which are growing really far from the ocean to eliminate the influence of the ocean, of the evaporation coming from directly from the ocean in the area where really the tree are profiting only from the precipitation. So when there is a El Nino, we will see this, and when it's not, they are in the dry season for them, and then we will see the patterns in the annual tree rings. So this would be the answer for this.
Okay, thank you for the answer, and we will be back in like 5 minutes, maybe 8. We will take a short break and we will come back to you with the second panel of presentation with case studies of different archaeological Andean sites.
All right, so back to the presentations. I hope everyone can hear me well. Due to some technical reasons, we'll start with my presentation. We'll progress next to the other ones. All right, I hope everything is clear, visible on Zoom. My presentation today will concern two sites in the area of the former Inca Condisuyo province, Muyu Muyu, associated with the volcano Solimana, as in the title, and Maucallacta, located near the volcano of Coropuna, in the same general area. From both sides, we have recent sets of radiocarbon dates that I will discuss, and the whole large group of people you can see here was involved in preparation and obtaining those radiocarbon datings. So to start, this Condesuyos province area, it was the smallest of the four provinces, of the four parts of the Inca Empire, but still very important, with a lot of ceremonial site and very developed ceremonial administrative Inca network. Special attention has been directed toward the ways in which the Inca administration incorporated local communities of this region into their settlement network. And due to that, within this framework, the project has been carried out by University of Warsaw, together with Universidad Católica de Santa Maria in Arequipa. Long-term project called Proyecto Arqueológico Condesuyos Archaeological Project, starting in the 1996. And as a result of the campaigns within this project, it was possible to locate and document, initially examine almost 140 archaeological sites in this region. And that project resulted in many smaller sub-projects focused on specific sites that I will discuss here. The fieldwork is still ongoing in many of those places. So as I mentioned, I'd like to focus on two places, Muyu Muyu and Maucallacta. Two main ceremonial centers that seem to be of particular interest for us, both associated with the cult of mountain deities, so-called Apus, Apu Solimana, next to Muyu Muyu, and the larger Apu Coropuna. Those centers were mentioned in the colonial sources concerning the so-called fight against idolatry, and Spanish colonial sources, as very important places of worship, possessing great prestige among the local populations, and attracting crowds of pilgrims from the whole region. So one of the most significant results of the works carried out by the Condesuyos archaeological project in past years was the probable identification of those major sanctuaries, oracles of those mountain deities. First, I'd like to discuss Muyu Muyu, the context of the radiocarbon dates we've obtained. And in the further part, I'll talk about Maucallacta, or Maucallacta Pampacolca, which was probably the center of the cult of Coropuna. First, Muyu is located in district of Chichas, in province of Condesuyos. Was first described in 2004. And it seems like a main ceremonial center associated with the oracle of the Solimana volcano. Main focus of the project that's been carried out since 2022. Solimana is a volcanic massif, as we could say, located in Arequipa region. And here we can see a modern village of Yanke and Muyu Muyu a bit to the left. Solimana in the background. As you can see, site provides view on the western part of that huge volcanic massif. It's located in the caldera of the volcano. There are some very interesting historical sources mentioning oracle of Solimana. First is a account of Cristobal de Albornoz. He describing the area of Solimana volcano. He stated that the sanctuary of Solimana was rebuilt by the Incas, what suggests that some previous cultural activity and likely use of the same site for ceremonial purposes before the Incas. And the second thing, that it was provided by the Inca authorities with a number of mitimaes, servants or settlers, which mitimaes means a group of people brought from other regions of the empire by the Inca administration. And their tasks could vary according to economic, political circumstances and the specific needs of in this region. Another later information describes that the cult of Solimana in some way persisted until at least until the second half of the 17th century. There was in that broader region, there was present a priest of Solimana that was practicing this cult even well into the colonial era, in spite of the Spanish authorities. So we have quite a long persistent history of religious worship in this region around, in this area immediately around the Solimana volcano. The remains of this complex, of the main complex of Muyu Muyu, form a series of walled terraces built on the natural hill that rises north to this modern settlement of Yanke. Within the main complex, there can be distinguished two main platforms separated by a large plaza. This southern platform with oval shape, it was probably where the modern name of the site comes from, as Muyu maybe can mean something round. We have more or less round, very characteristic platform. And the aim of the field project we carried out there was to investigate, as the project is still ongoing, the cultural dynamics, transformations that took place at this site. While its significance during the period of Inca domination is recognized, the origins of the settlement still remain uncertain. And for this reason, one of the main aims of the project was to reconstruct the at least a preliminary chronology of Muyu Muyu. It is still unclear whether Muyu Muyu was originally, when Muyu Muyu was originally established, but as we can see in the moment, we have at least some idea on the history of the site now. First, very briefly, I will not discuss the archaeological subjects in very deep detail, but to provide you some contexts. The southern platform, this part of the southern oval platform towering directly over the central plaza, was likely served, at least in part, as a funeral site. We identified 3 shaft tombs lined with stones where bodies were probably originally deposited. But unfortunately, all of these such structures within the main complex have been looted and damaged by vaqueros, by looters in the past. And the dates themselves come, as I will show you in a moment, from the upper part of the platform, from a rectangular building, more or less in the middle of that southern platform, which was probably some sort of residential structure with especially deep stratigraphy indicating many levels of use compared to other parts of the site. And the northern platform, samples we've taken come from trenches adjacent to the northern facade of this structure, first identified during the service in 2017. Structure measuring 14 meters by 2 meters, oriented on the east-west axis, and more or less in the middle of that platform. During the first observations, it was first interpreted as an Ushnu. Now we know it wasn't actually an Ushnu. After the initial excavation on the northern part of this structure, we can see here some very well made, well crafted stone blocks that probably come from some other part of the site. We're not sure yet which exactly. And in 2023, a ground penetrating radar GPR survey carried out in collaboration with the Italian mission, archaeological mission, suggested the existence of further stone structures beneath the ground of the terrace. And the excavations carried out in the past year confirmed that the surviving structure in 2024 confirmed that this surviving structure on the surface is in fact only a part of some larger, probably rectangular building, originally covering the large part of this northern platform's main terrace. As you could see on the plans, we also opened several other smaller survey trenches in different areas of the site that seemed potentially interesting. And in general, the artifact found in all trenches were similar throughout the site, consisted mostly of ceramics, and with diagnostic ceramic fragments displaying some of them characteristic of local Chuquibamba style, some local pottery imitating Inca style, and far less numerous fragments that would rather indicate the Middle Horizon origin, and also some remains of colonial glaze pottery also present. In addition to that, there are numerous fragments of obsidian and animal bones, in some cases work bones, mostly camelids, in various parts of the site. And in all parts of Muyu Muyu, we've encountered a thin white layer of ash. It was analyzed in collaboration with the Faculty of Geology in Warsaw to confirm it was in fact volcanic ash. It contains sharp-edged fragments of, I think it's called volcanic glass, with visible gas pores in some places, zircon crystals. I'm no geologist, but it seemed to confirm that it comes from the volcano, and we can associate it with already mentioned eruption of volcano Huayna Putina in the year 1600 that Maximilian already mentioned in his presentation, which gives us good sort of additional information to model the radiocarbon dates. Another view on the site, and these are two areas we've taken where the samples analyzed so far come from. Samples, we have 9 samples analyzed at this moment from the main complex of Muyu Muyu. 6 taken during the exploration of that rectangular building I mentioned on the topmost area of the southern oval platform, number 1 here. similar to, as I mentioned, similar to other areas, there was this volcanic ash layer clearly visible in this within this building. And 3 more samples selected to represent a northern part of the complex come from the trenches adjacent to the northern facade of this structure in the northern part with number 2 marked here. In addition to that, we've taken some samples from individuals buried in rock shelter tombs on the mountain slope east to the main complex. This area features very numerous large boulders, rocky cliffs, at the foot of which in many places there can be observed those shallow caves, rock shelters, let's call it. And the local population, as it seems, used it in some cases, partially enclosing them with stone walls, used them as collective burial sites. Perhaps they'd most likely originally deposited in funerary bundles. At the moment, 7 caves of this type have been recorded in the area. Unfortunately, as in the case of funerary structures within the main complex, also those rock shelter and burial zones were repeatedly looted by vaqueros in the past, resulting in disturbance of the burials, a lack of preserved artifacts except for fragmentary pottery and textiles, and also due to this disturbance, the samples taken are not clearly associated with any specific stratigraphic units, but still they brought some quite interesting, I think, results. And just to provide some context, so far, we counted a minimum number of at least 119 individuals in all those rock shelters. So far, there haven't been done any exhaustive anatomical analysis, but it seems that represent both males and females and individuals of various ages. What's interesting, about 10% of the skulls bear traces of trepanations, which may suggest that this sanctuary of Solimana also served as a sort of regional center, maybe for performing such surgeries. We also taken samples for various organic matter from the tombs for further study. But back to the radiocarbon dates. Due to location of Muyu Muyu, as Dominika mentioned at some point in her presentation, there was a need to use a mixed calibration curve, and the data we've obtained and dates reveal a prolonged, complex occupational history with almost 1,000 years of use. As you can see, there is you can notice here that there's quite a large chronological gap between those earliest dates, number 5 and 6, dating to 7th, 8th century AD, and the later dates. So far, we're not sure if actually Muyu Muyu was a place of continuous occupation during this whole long period, and just we need to analyze more samples to capture this that cultural activity, or maybe it was abandoned after this first period and resettled several hundred years later. So samples from excavation 4, this located in the southern platform, span from, as you can see here, from the most likely 7th century AD in the deepest layer to 17th century in the uppermost ones. This range suggests multiple construction occupation phases and some sort of sustained important significance of Muyu Muyu across centuries. And the dates from excavation 1 from the northern platform, they're more more limited to the first initial phase, likely late intermediate period, and then dates we can associate it probably with Inca presence and the architectural modification, the construction of this large structure on another platform, which was probably made already in the late horizon. And radiocarbon dates from tombs I mentioned instead of the main complex. They also have a quite large range, with the oldest ones coming from most likely 11th century, and latest from the 17th century. So already under the Spanish colonial administration. So it shows that Muyu Muyu has that very important locally role, and that the people there was this persistence of use of this site as a burial place among the local population. What's interesting are those. Let's get back for a moment to those earliest dates from 7th century. They coincide temporally with the dates, for example, reported by Justin Jennings from the same general area of Conde Suyos, associated with Wari presence or strong Wari influence. Though I have to know that those dates from Jennings they are based on the sites from lower valley area further south, not from the highlands immediately neighboring this Solimana zone, but still they may point at some sort of middle horizon Wari presence in this place, even though we so far we haven't found any clear certain evidence of direct Wari presence in Muyu Muyu. It is well possible, and it is one of the subjects for perhaps to be addressed in the further studies of this site. And to give some context, now I'll tell you a bit about the dates from Maukajacta, thanks to materials provided by Maciej Sobczyk, who directed this for many years, this project focusing on the excavations at this site. Due to proximity of Koropuna, this Maukajacta site probably attracted thousands of pilgrims from different parts of Inca state. It was most likely both ceremonial and administrative site, and probably a main oracle and sanctuary associated with the worship of Koropuna. In many written sources, Pedro César de León, Felipe Guamán Pomada Ayala, Cristobal de Albornoz as well. His name Koropuna is mentioned in the context of dwellings of imperial priests and a center of pilgrimages. And Maukajacta comprises of 6 different archaeological sites, but the largest one in the center, Maukajacta 1, about 25 hectares, is the most important one with over 250 structures of various kinds, mostly arranged around plazas, around squares of varying sizes. 32 radiocarbon dates were obtained in this study based on samples from various layers from selected constructions I'll discuss in the moment. All of them were collected from layers below this level of volcanic material associated with the eruption of Wojna Putina in the year 1600, which is also present in Maukajacta as well as in Muyu Muyu. So the sampling areas included Chulpa 1, which is beyond this main complex of Maukajacta. There are many tombs, almost 70 tombs scattered around in sectors around this central complex. As in the case of Muyu Muyu, they also suffered looting, devastation, resulting in mixing of cultural material. But from this largest of those chulpas, there was long bone fragments that were collected for radiocarbon dating. Another sampling area was Plaza 7 in this central part of the complex with very high quality. This area characterized by very high quality stonework. Various phases of reconstruction of the plaza itself and the buildings around them. In the structure next to the Plaza 7, there was beneath the layer of this Wojna Putina ash assemblage of about 2,000 fragments of pottery, mostly in local Inca style and Chuquibamba style, was discovered. So this is the second place. The third place was Kajanka, very large building, nearly 60 meters long, located in the eastern part of Plaza 20, number 20, with 5 entrances, evenly distributed. And during exploration of Kajanka, as many as 40 stratigraphic units were recorded. Also with this Wojna Putina ash level present. Also mausoleum, which is perhaps the most complex building in Maukajacta, comprising of 4 parts with each with different designed function, which probably fell out of use in the early colonial period. Within this mausoleum, numerous ceramic vessels, ceramic offerings, probably very well preserved, and remains of burnt out organic remains were found. And also, very importantly, platform 1 with the Ushnu structure and 2 middens, Basural 1, Basural 2, located directly north and below to the platform, which were probably dumping places for remains from sacrifices and feasts performed at the main plaza. Almost 12,000 animal bones and around 90,000 pottery fragments were found in those 2 middens. So there's a very rich archaeological material present there. And while the dates from Muyu Muyu haven't been yet published, those were already described and published in one of the recent issues of Radiocarbon. So the earliest dates here come from Basural 1, the midden one, which doesn't really match with the sequence we observe in this area. Probably results from burning some older wooden material. Modeling results from Basural midden 2 suggest that this area may have been used between the first half of 15th century and beginnings of the 17th century, and modeling for this midden likely presents the most consistent chronology for this part of the site. Ushnu, located on the main plaza, indicates a bit similar range from late 14th century to second half of 16th century. And most of those results show this similar range of dates from the 15th century to 16th century, pointing at this as most likely range of functioning of this sanctuary. I will not discuss in details other ones, but you can check them out in the publication, the discussion of the specific dates from each of those contexts. So. Compared to Muyu Muyu, Maukayakta presents, as we can see here, much more temporally limited, temporally constrained occupational history, situated mostly within the late horizon and the early colonial period, from the 14th century to the early 17th. And together, those two sanctuaries associated with Koropuna and Solimana show a bit of complementary dimensions of occupation and population dynamics, dynamics of this southern highland area, while Muyu Muyu captures well long-lasting regional processes and occupation during the very long ranges of time, from possible Wari presence to more localized late intermediate groups, and eventual Inca incorporation, possible rebuilding of the site. And on the other hand, Maukayakta shows a good example of a site whose importance, as suggested by the dates, is principally linked to the Inca statecraft itself, Inca ritual, and then early colonial transitions. So hopefully, especially in the case of still ongoing research of Muyu Muyu, we'll analyze more of those samples to obtain more comprehensive corpus of data, which will let us to reconstruct well not only the Inca development of this Inca network and incorporation of this Condesuyos region to the Inca Empire, but also possible longer history of this region and the persistence of some of the use and of traditions in some of those places. Thank you very much. And now I'm passing my voice. Okay. So 2 minutes and after a moment, we'll proceed to the presentation of Dagmaraso. Dobra. Kapakocze. Dobrze. Domyśliłem się.
Thank you. So today I would like to present some of the results of our high precision radiocarbon dating in the case of the Capacocha burials. And I will present some preliminary dates that we already obtained and some direction for the future research. For the beginning, Capacocha was one of the most important ritual performed in the Andean Empire. It was made in different places, but to our times, the most preserved and the best preserved sites are these offerings made on the summits of the highest Andean peaks. And they are special for the preservation because most of them preserve as the very well frozen as a frozen mummy. Some of them, like for example, the Yuyako, are one of the best preserved mummy in the world. And we, for our study, have the possibility to investigate shore living organic remains, which are ideal for radiocarbon dating and that allow us to obtain very high precise results. We also use these samples to make the isotope analysis, which we use to investigate other aspects of the Capacocha ritual. What is important in the case of the Capacocha is the scale of the ritual. So it all began in the capital of the empire in Cusco, where the sacrifice and the victims from distant lands were brought, and then selected children and young women were sent to the distant province when they were sacrificed to be messengers and help the community communicate with the gods. We have a couple of reasons from the chronicle source that tell us why the Capacocha sacrifice was made. First of them were related with the life of the empire court, such as the accession of the new ruler, birth of the heir of the throne, or illness of death of the Inca ruler. Other ones were connected with the life on the provinces when someone disturbed the balance of the university, threatened the local community. Then the Inca step as the protector of the local community and bring one of the most sacred sacrifice that he could make to stop the event that could threat the local population. We have also information that some of the Capacocha ritual were performed during the cyclical events such as winter and summer solstice or Itu festival. During our study, we select for now three contexts that they're coming from three different mountains. First of them is coming from the mountain Huayaco that is located in present-day Argentina, and it's the highest archaeological site on the world at 7,739 meters above the sea level. And two others are coming from Peru, and all of them were discovered in the 90s by the expeditions led by Johann Reinhardt, Constanza Cerruti, and Antonio Chavez. And the characteristic that allow us to perform the studies that, as I mentioned, excellent preservation, due the cold and arid condition on the summit of the mountain. And we have access to the artifacts, so it's not like regular cases as present, for example, Yan, when most of the sites were looted and the preservation of the organic remains were not so good. Here we have the excellent preservation of not only the bodies, but also textiles, food, and other ceremonial items related to the ceremony, which allow us to investigate it in the higher scale. So first of the context, it's coming, as I mentioned, from Yayako. We focus on one of the 3 burials discovered on the site that belongs to the young girl, known as Doncheya from Yayako, which belongs to the young female sacrificed in the age of around 15 years old. And she was sacrificed with many offerings, including food, which we use lately for the radiocarbon dating. Another study was related with the individuals that they were buried on Ampato Mountains. On the summit of this mountain was sacrificed the famous Juanita Mami, known also as the lady from Ampato. But the another 3 sites, 2 sites were located on the summit, one of them on the 5,800 meter above sea level, when another burial area was established, where the Inca sacrificed 3 more children. And the other one that we don't know exactly what was the purpose of this place. It was called Punta Ichu, and on this place were found many remains of organic grass called ichu, but also of the textiles and ceramic, which I assume that it was somehow related with the Capacocha ritual, but we don't know if it was the way station or some other point that it was important. So this is why Inca climbed there. So we investigate 2 individuals buried on Ampato Plateau. One of them was the mummy of the young girl of around 6-year-old called Ampato 2 that you can see on the pictures, and other one belonging to the boy of around also 6 years old. Another burial that we investigate was discovered on the mountain of Pichu Pichu, where the skeleton of the young female of around 6 years old was found. Unfortunately, because of the lower elevation of this burial, the preservation of organic remains was not as good as in the case of the other Capacocha burials. And for this reason, in the case of Pichu Pichu, we use the teeth of this individual for the radiocarbon dating. However, in the future, we want to extend our research for the other sample if it will be possible. The primary goal of this research is to achieve maximum precision in dating events from the Inca period, with a particular focus on established terminus post-quem for the Inca present in the southern Andes. This will be accomplished through the multi-step analytical protocol that integrates radiocarbon dating, archaeological evidence, and historical sources. The methodology is designed to be applicable to other high-altitude sites offerings model for the future studies. By combining this approach, the project seeks to depend our understanding on how the ritual was performed. And as already Dominika mentioned, we have some problem with the chronology of the Inca sites, which is relating with the rely on the historical framework proposed by John Rowe, which are not exactly accurate when we compare them with the news data from different sites around the Inca Empire. For this reason, as I mentioned before, we use the short-lived biological samples that were chemical pretreatment, then radiocarbon measurement, and calibrated with the hemisphere offset correction. We also performed the stable isotope analysis for the carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, and we finish our analysis with Bayesian chronological modeling. Of course, the problem that was mentioned many times today is the difference between the calibration curve for the Inca period between northern and southern hemisphere that I will be not explain one more time because it was enough time today. And here you can see the map that shows once again how this northern and southern hemisphere are mixed in the area of our interest. And as I mentioned, all Capacocha pilgrim probably started in the Cusco, but we don't know exactly the route that they were going. So we had the problem with using of which calibration curves should we use, because the pilgrim could go either way by the northern eastern route through the Argentina, as well as going through the coast, which also could somehow affect of the results of our radiocarbon dates. Because, for example, if the samples of the food that we have were collected on the coast area, they could be affected by the reservoir effect. Which could be significant in the case of high precision that we would like to obtain during our study. So for this reason, we use two approach. First of them was macro analysis of the samples that we have access. And in the case of coca leaves that we were investigating, we were able to obtain that they are coming from the Erythroderm coca various truchilla that is cultivated in the area of coast. So we know that in this case we should use the southern hemisphere. But in the case of two other samples that we use, manioc and maize, both of them could be cultivated on this area of eastern or western slope of the Andes. So for this reason, we use the analysis of the isotopes of carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen to try to determine if we could, thanks to them, investigate if the samples are coming from littoral zone. Unfortunately or fortunately, our samples did not give us exact information about from which region they were coming from. This is the outcome of two things. One of them is that these plants are relatively homogeneous. And second is that we don't have enough big database for the plants for the Andean region, so we could not exactly compare them with many other species to see where they come from. But the good outcome is that they were not from littoral zones, so we could say that the reservoir effect have not influence on our research. The further step that we take was because we know that all three of the samples coming from the same tomb, so we could say that because they were short-lived species, that they were probably from the same or very close years. And we create 121 scenario when we mix different calibration curve to see what is the best combination of the curve to have the biggest similarity in the radiocarbon dating between our three samples, which allow us to obtain a very precise model. And these combined dates give us the results that the burial of Dęcioła do Jojako happened probably between 4062 and 5007. And this is very precise dating regarding the Inca burial, which allow us also to connect this event with some historical information that we have from the ethnochronicle source. Further, we use this combination of methods for the other two burials and a place called Punta Ichu from the Ampato mountain. And we obtained this kind of data which show us that some of these mountains were venerated many years after the sacrifice, and to some of the summit Inca returned many times. Also, some of the places like Punta Ichu were used in later time than the sacrifice have place, which also confirmed this thesis about returning for the mountain, and then the sacrifice was not the solely act, but the part of more complicated system of veneration of the high mountains by Incas. Similar approach with mixing calibration curves we use in the case of the Pichu Pichu, which also show us date related with the region of the latest ruler of the Inca Empire, probably Tupac Inca Yupanqui or Huayna Capac. And as a conclusion, this multi-step protocols increase dating precision specifically when concentrated around the calibration. And Capacocha are perfect for this kind of methodological testing because we have very close context and we can use samples knowing that they are from the same period because the grave were not reopened in the during the time. And we can use this approach for not only the site that we investigate, but also for the other high altitude context. And considering the latest results for the absolute chronology of the Inca inspiration, all Capacocha contexts are associated, as I mentioned, to the late phase of the imperial with the Topa Inca or Huayna Capac, which actually finds some confirmation in the DNA study that we also perform with the group from the University of Vienna. So all these dates show us that the approach that we made are probably correct. And accurate calendar dates required appropriate calibration curve, which was very important in our case, when we didn't know where the samples were coming from. Or the combination. And of course, we're still working on the samples. We want to take more samples to see how this will give us more information and to obtain even more precise date. And I would like to thank our collaborator and the facilitation of the project. Thank you.
Już. Może oficjalnie pani powinna. No, Adam, siadaj. Mikrofon. Mikrofon stąd, tak? Bueno. Damas y caballeros, estimadas y estimados colegas, del periodo Inca pasamos a periodos mucho más antiguos, como notarán, a la cultura nazca. Y en primer lugar, bueno, es un texto que ha sido preparado por 3 personas, 2 están acá, en quien les habla el profesor doctor Adam Michczynski. Con nosotros en línea está la arquitecta Elvina Pieri Orefici, que saludamos mucho. Elvina, gracias por todo, por tu colaboración y contribución a esta ponencia. Ahora bien, hasta la fecha se ha hablado principalmente del periodo Inca y de los trabajos incas. La verdad es que el Centro de Estudios Andinos tiene los estudios incas como uno de los focos principales de su actividad. ¿De dónde entonces viene el título de esta ponencia y el interés por
la cronología de la cultura nazca. Nunca por sí solos no hicimos trabajos en Nazca. Eh, Estas son las regiones que el Centro de Estudios Andinos y que se llamaba antes, tenía varios nombres, pero el último es el Centro de Estudios Andinos, son los terrenos que trabajamos y el hecho de que tenemos relación con Nazca es gracias a este caballero lastimosamente fallecido hace pocos meses, nuestro amigo el profesor doctor Giuseppe Orefici, direttore del CISRAP, Centro Italiano Studi e Ricerche Archeologiche Precolombiane, y por varios decenios director del proyecto italiano de Nazca. La colaboración con el proyecto Nazca de nuestro personal y de diferentes colegas empezó en el año de 1985, entonces este año se cumplen exactamente 40 años de esta colaboración, pero no es solo, y esto lo quiero subrayar, la colaboración de la Universidad de Varsovia, en este caso representada por el centro, pero también de la Universidad de Ciencia y Tecnología de Silesia en Gliwice, y estoy muy satisfecho de que en este momento, en este simposio, se encuentran presentes cuatro representantes de esta escuela superior, de este laboratorio, y principalmente con el profesor Adam Michczynski y el profesor Andrzej Rakowski. Cinco, ¿verdad? En total, cinco, van a disculpar, cinco personas con la doctoranda que presentó. Entonces, como ven ustedes, durante los 40 años nuestra colaboración se ha fortalecido. Durante estos pasados años, más de 70 especialistas y estudiantes polacos participaron en los trabajos del proyecto Nazca entre 1986 y 2023. Las contribuciones principales son las que ustedes ven en cuanto a la terminología, a la temática. Yo hice hacer resaltar los fechamientos radiocarbónicos. Bueno, para terminar un poco esta visión histórica, y no es por casualidad que es una foto de 1988, porque ustedes notarán por qué el interés. Es la expedición del grupo polaco por aquel entonces, en el centro el profesor Giuseppe Orefici. Bien, un ejemplo de algunas de las contribuciones escritas por los participantes integrantes polacos del proyecto Nazca, solo para señalar el fenómeno del niño estudiado por el que en paz repose doctor Jerzy Grodzicki, y estudios sobre la música Nazca de la profesora doctora Anna Gruszczyńska-Ziółkowska. Pero lo que nos interesa para hoy en día son los fechamientos radiocarbónicos. Y como notarán ustedes, y ya lo van a ver, lo que no falta en Nazca, y en particular no falta en el sitio de Cavachi, es material orgánico para fechar. De esto tenemos de sobra. Como que en base a, desde los mismos inicios de nuestra colaboración con Giuseppe Orefici y Proyecto Nazca, obviamente el tema de fechamientos por carbono 14 se ha presentado. De inmediato, casi un año y medio, prácticamente el mismo año, cuando empezamos a colaborar, nos dirigimos al por aquel entonces director del laboratorio de Gliwice, el profesor doctor Mieczysław Pazdur, y el laboratorio de Gliwice empezó a realizar los fechamientos. De esto hablará a continuación en más detalles el doctor Michczynski, solo yo lo quiero señalar. Todos estos fechamientos se encuentran en línea, y esto es algo importante que quiero hacer resaltar, que no son ocultos, ¿no?, por algunos archivos, pero están en esta base de datos accesible en línea. Y, por ejemplo, dicho sea de paso, la base tiene, como ven ustedes, 6.041 fechamientos de diferentes culturas andinas accesibles. claro, de todos los laboratorios, de más de 70 laboratorios que hemos recopilado, y entre estos la cultura Nazca, Cahuachi, está representado por varias dataciones realizadas por el laboratorio de Gliwice que llevan la sigla GD como código del laboratorio. Bien, y ahora le dejo la palabra al doctor profesor.
Yes, here are some.
Może myszką.
Okay. In Andes database, we have more than 100 days which were produced for Professor Orifici in Gliwice Radiocarbon Laboratory in 80s and 90s. And there are only a list of dates from Kawachi side. Those dates were produced with samples were dated in 80s or beginning of 90s, and dated were made using proportional counters, different proportional counters, which was a main technique used in this way in Gliwice and almost the rest of the world, because in 80s started signature counting and started AMS dating. But we think that this is the moment that we can come back to this and to rethink some results, especially because of these dates. In 80s, there is no some tools, for example, Bayes analysis, which we can use now to interpret some of these dates to analyze this big, large set of dates.
Gracias. Bueno, otra de las razones por qué nos estamos dedicando a volver a estos fechamientos que son, como han visto, varias decenas para solo Cahuachi centenas, es una situación que notamos. Por alguna razón que sería difícil a veces de interpretar, estos fechamientos no se citan en la literatura, principalmente en la literatura inglés, en idioma inglés. Para darles un ejemplo, la publicación de Ingmar Unkel sobre fechamientos, entre otros sobre fechamientos radiocarbónicos realizados por el proyecto alemán de Palpa, sobre cultura nazca, pero en el Valle de Palpa, pero que también contiene comparaciones con otras áreas donde se desarrolló esta cultura. Notarán ustedes acá. Bueno, este es un cuadro comparativo de los fechamientos y notarán ustedes dos cosas de importancia. Que, bueno, yo conozco bien este texto, entonces les puedo decir, ninguno de las fechas que hemos presentado hace poco está incluida en este análisis. Segundo, esto lleva a un error o una interpretación errónea, mejor dicho. Por ejemplo, de la presencia de arcaica. Voy a explicar de aquí un instante por qué lo arcaico en este momento es importante en la zona de desarrollo de la cultura nazca. Notarán ustedes que este autor o estos autores, es decir, Ingmar Unkel y otros coautores, sitúan las huellas del arcaico entre 1760 y 2960 antes de Cristo. La situación se repite casi exactamente 12 años después. Este es un texto que todavía está en línea. Espera su publicación en una prestigiosa revista, y también en este caso encontramos lo mismo. Los autores de esta publicación que presenta una visión global de los fechamientos de la cultura nazca, no solo de la cultura nazca, sino de la cronología en general del desarrollo cultural en esta parte del territorio peruano, toman las referencias al texto de Unkel sin modificarlo mucho y repiten el mismo, entre otras cosas, repiten la misma imprecisión, por no llamarlo de error, imprecisión de situar el inicio, la presencia de huellas del arcaico allá en 3500. Entonces, decidimos de empezar lo que es ahora nuestro proyecto que realizamos conjuntamente con el profesor Michczynski y la arquitecta Elvina Pieri Orefici, de retomar esta cronología en función de los fechamientos realizados en Gliwice, con los nuevos métodos analíticos. Hemos escogido precisamente la huella más antigua de la presencia de actividad humana en el sitio de Kawachi, que es el hallazgo en la temporada de 1988, la misma de la cual procede la foto que les enseñé al inicio, del hallazgo de una tumba sacrificio procedente del periodo arcaico, ubicada en la Gran Pirámide 2. Lastimosamente es el sector Y13, y si lo miran bien la foto está por acá. Y10, perdón. Está basado en la foto aérea. Esto es para los jóvenes, para que conste. Antes no había Google Earth. Imagínense, un periodo cuando no hubo Google Earth, ¿no? Terrible. Y se usaban las fotos aéreas del Servicio Aerofotográfico Nacional que se compraba en Lima, en los edificios de la SAM. Bueno, esta es la Gran Pirámide 2. Como notarán ustedes, vista desde el oeste. Y durante la excavación de 1988 se ha descubierto en la capa inferior, sobre suelo virgen, una estructura muy curiosa. Notarán ustedes que tenemos como lo que se denominó altar, puesto sobre una como plataforma. Hay una canaleta, es importante esta canaleta porque si miran bien, notarán que en esta canaleta hay palos de madera. Para señalar otros dos elementos de madera, están cerca al cráneo de este individuo que ven ustedes. Y este individuo que no es íntegro, aunque la tumba nunca había sido saqueada ni disturbada de ninguna forma. Tiene solo la mitad superior del cuerpo. Le falta el pelvis y los miembros inferiores. No hay, simplemente. Ha sido así saqueado. La causa de la muerte fue probablemente un golpe fuerte en el parietal derecho, porque el cráneo está fracasado. No quiero entrar en detalles de esta descripción. La descripción aquí hecha por el doctor Orefici es la siguiente. Se trata entonces de una situación donde está depositada como forma de entierro, pero a la vez sacrificio, ¿no? Porque indudablemente la persona ha sido matada, ¿no? ¿Qué pasó con la parte inferior de su cuerpo? Esto no lo sabemos. Podemos pensar en algún tipo de desmembramiento pero ¿para qué fin? Este es objeto bueno, de diferentes teorías. Después, primero en el campo se pensó por la falta del pelvis, la cosa no estaba clara. Primero se pensó que era un individuo de sexo masculino y tal fue la primera constatación hecha en el campo. Afortunadamente, unos años después, el doctor Andrea Drusini, otro miembro lastimosamente ya fallecido del proyecto Nazca, había analizado más de cerca estos restos en condiciones de laboratorio y no en condiciones de campeamiento arqueológico. Determinó que se trataba en realidad muy probablemente de una mujer. No obstante el hecho de que que faltan las partes gracias como el pelvis, que son los más característicos para diferenciar el sexo, de una edad entre 25 y 35 años. a esta persona estaban asociados materiales, tanto orgánicos, esto era una parte de la cubierta de ella, como material lítico, como verán ustedes, 47 en total, fragmentos de objetos de obsidiana, las conchas, en fin, nada, por supuesto, de cerámica por razones obvias, todo lo que era depositado en pequeños hoyos alrededor de esta tumba que eran considerados de ofrendas sacrificiales. Ahora, la primera publicación, aparte, basada en el informe del doctor Orefici, de este hallazgo, bueno, porque saben ustedes que los informes están archivados en el Ministerio de Cultura y se quedan allá, pero en base a esto, el arqueólogo Johnny Isla publicó en 1999 llamando este lugar La Esmeralda, que es un pequeño error de carácter, no podemos decir de denominación topográfica. Este trabajo tiene el mérito de ser el primero que divulgó la noticia más allá, sin embargo, contiene diferentes errores de diferente tipo. Entre estas cosas, nosotros entendemos perfectamente que los apellidos polacos son un poco difíciles para los extranjeros, pero por esto el análisis hecho del material lítico está atribuido a un tal señor Jacek, de apellido Jacek, en realidad se trata del doctor Andrzej Jacek Tomaszewski, ¿no? Pero es un detalle, en fin de cuentas, solo para señalar que tenía esto el mérito de dar a conocer el hallazgo, pero hace falta profundizar más el tema. La publicación más amplia de este hallazgo la debemos a Giuseppe Orefici, quien en 2012, basándose en su informe de 88, lo publica en este volumen monumental, en el segundo tomo de Cavacci, publicado en 2012 en Lima, y allá después de la descripción, él publica también los fechamientos realizados sobre del material procedente de este hallazgo por el laboratorio de Gliwice. Dentro de un instante va a interpretar esto el aquí presente profesor Michcinski. En fin de cuentas, la parte, digamos, más analítica, ¿no? de estos fechamientos corresponde, por algunas razones que explicará el doctor Michcinski, por aquel entonces se mencionan 4 fechamientos de Gliwice y, digamos, la parte analítica realizada con la metodología todavía de los años 90 y publicada después por el profesor Orefici es esta que ustedes notan abajo. A esto hay que, sin embargo, añadir una cosa importante. Cuando vinieron las primeras fechas tan antigua, porque de fines del quinto milenio antes de Cristo, fuimos tan sorprendidos que después de una conversación que tuvimos y con Giuseppe Orefici y con Mieczysław Pazdur, dijimos, no puede ser. Si lo publicamos de inmediato así nomás, nos van a decir que los polacos no saben fechar, que este debe ser un error, que es imposible, que es demasiado temprano, en fin, todo esto. Por esta razón, Mieczysław Pazdur tomó 2 de las muestras que tenía a su disposición y mandó una a laboratorio de Gif-sur-Yvette, laboratoire de faible activité en aquella época, dirigido por el doctor Michel Fontaine, y la otra parte y otra muestra al famoso laboratorio de Groningen. Y estos son los resultados que nos ha mandado el laboratorio. En total, entonces, tenemos como 8 fechamientos de este contexto. ¿Y qué resulta de ello? Aquí viene el doctor Michcinski.
At the beginning, I come back to the Okay, samples, days of this 5 samples, 4 of them was wood samples and 1 charcoals. So we notice differences, but now notice. In these days there is no important differences. This is a result produced in 80s by calibration program made in Gliwice by Professor Michczyńska, personally my wife. And the presentation is different than now because it was not divided 68 and 95 confidence intervals. So it's results and now okay, so now this results like it looks now using Oxcal, probability distribution functions for where is mouse point something. Yes, is on the screen. Okay, so these 4 days are from wood. This is from charcoal. We can say that it agrees, but of course, this is a calculation. Sorry, it was this calculation using step too far. It is sorry. This calibration using northern hemisphere because these days in 80s were calibration using northern hemisphere because there is no calibration curve for southern hemisphere. Changing to the southern hemisphere moves these results a bit. But what is interesting when we can also look at the calibrations now, what I would like to show is that in fact there's I don't like this. Maybe I use mouse. It will be easier than touchpad. What I would mention is that calibration have a lot of wiggles. And because of that, in fact, we have here alternative dates of the samples. Because the error is relatively large, of course, this whole probability distribution covers also a big area. But maybe, here is the date with a smaller error, and it's clearly divided in some alternatives. Okay, and now I would like to present results not only from Gliwice, but also this additional days made in Gypsy River here and Groningen. You can notice that excellent agreement between results from Gliwice and Groningen. Of course, as remember, Groningen in this time also used proportional counters. So it's no there is 80, so there is no AMS in Groningen. And those dates from Gypsy River are a bit younger than the date from Gliwice, but also quite good agreement. And we use simple thing. We calculate from. Sorry, I need to look at the not monitor, but here. When we calculate weighted average, so-called R combined from these 3 days, because these 3 days were made from the same sample, exactly the same sample. Also, the 2 days were made also from exactly the same sample. We have obtained a result like this. So it shows that wood samples, sample number 8, it's younger than charcoal sample, evidently younger. After calculate weighted average from 3 days and 2 days. And this days because the large error covers a large interval. In this moment, this calculation I made yesterday, so it's no moment for a culture comment. I have no. We need to discuss maybe this but it's. I would like to show this because it also shows what we can obtain to reanalyze these results using modern methods of analysis of radiocarbon dates.
Gracias, gracias, estimado colega. Y para terminar, entonces podemos decir lo siguiente. Como ya varias personas lo observaron entre nuestros colegas, en el presente quizá los hallazgos y las interpretaciones más interesantes no pueden proceder no tanto de las excavaciones, sin negar la importancia de esas excavaciones, sino en la búsqueda de los archivos y en la búsqueda en los museos. Es que es un poco la culpa de nosotros los arqueólogos. Producimos informes, los dejamos archivados y pensamos, ahora viene la siguiente campaña, voy a escribir otro informe. Lo del restante en algún momento lo voy a trabajar, en algún momento lo voy a trabajar. Y lastimosamente la vida es así que a veces ya no se puede trabajar, ya no se puede volver a esto. Quedan solo los datos brutos de los informes. Como que la idea de nuestro proyecto de retomar en este preciso momento estos materiales es también para salvar el legado de todos los proyectos dirigidos por Giuseppe Orefici, quien falleció este año, como saben ustedes, en junio. Y todo esto es un legado muy valioso y por eso decidimos con Adam Michczyński y con Elwina Pieri-Orefici de volver a estos materiales y reinterpretarlos tal como lo explica el doctor Michczyński. ¿Cuál es la siguiente etapa? Yo creo que nos vamos a dedicar a otro hallazgo ya del propio periodo Nazca, sumamente importante, el famoso recinto de los caméridos y el sacrificio de las antaras. Lo ven ustedes aquí en las imágenes, pocas imágenes, con algunos de los fechamientos, porque son muchos los fechamientos que hizo Gliwice, el laboratorio de Gliwice, precisamente de este recinto de los caméridos. Esta será la siguiente etapa de la realización del proyecto. Y, damas y caballeros, esta ponencia ha sido dedicada a la memoria de Giuseppe Orefici y de Mieczysław Pazdur, quienes hace tantos años empezaron la colaboración entre nuestros tres grupos, el italiano, el polaco de Varsovia y el polaco de Gliwice, que como ven ustedes con la presencia de la generación, podría decir yo, joven, porque comparando conmigo ustedes son jóvenes, para que conste, el doctor Michczyński, el profesor doctor Michczyński y el profesor doctor Andrzej Rakowski. Muchas gracias por su atención. Dobrze, zaczynamy dyskusję. Dobra, ciekawe. Dlaczego mają?
Bueno. Así, así. Już nie chcę ten pokaz slajdów zrobić. Okay. Thank you to all the presenters for the presentations that we saw or on different topics, both from Cusca region, going through the provinces and the Capacocha offerings, and some from the coastal region of Nazca. I would like to maybe ask Professor Martti Parsinen to take maybe a word in the discussion if he's still with us, as he was invited by the director of Center for Andean Studies, Professor Mariusz Żółkowski. Before we proceed with the discussion and future directions. I will. Yes. Okay. Now it should be. You should be able to take your microphone back.
Yes, ahora.
Thank you.
Okay. Marius asked me to comment a little bit about the problems dealing with comparison between archaeological and historical records. And we all are using still this chronology of John Rowe, made more than 80 years ago. And I taught with John Rowe some 35 years ago. He invited me to Berkeley, and he privately was in the opinion that his chronology is already quite old, and there are many things that should be changed. And when we speak about the archaeology and history, we must also remember that those disciplines are quite different. When historians are dealing with political, social organizations, individual things that have happened in history, those methods how to study those things are quite different with archaeological methods. Archaeologists normally use material, and what happens in material culture is not necessarily comparable one by one what happens in the political history. And for example, when Incas conquered different provinces, it does not mean that they came with their potteries and their architectural styles or their textile styles, etc., because it is also possible, and we have seen many times that the Incas also adapted different styles. For example, from Chimu area, we have Chimu Inca potteries. In Titicaca area, we have Inca Pacajes potteries, etc. And these different phases, conjunctures, what is happening in material culture, have different rhythm than have the things what's happening in history. And that's why it is always problematic to make one by one analogies between these things. And for example, a big error what Rowe made, and he said me that it was probably an error, that he thought that the Desaguadero River in the frontier between Peru and Bolivia in Lake Titicaca area was passed and crossed by Topa Inca Yupanqui, and the present Bolivia was not conquered before. But and he also thought that also the older ceramics and architectural style, which reminds Inca masonry, are later than the conquest, so that for him it couldn't be earlier at the beginning 8 years ago. But he was changing his mind. And it is important that nowadays we have many radiocarbon dates from Bolivia, it shows that the Inca ceramics was there at the beginning of 15th century, even probably somewhat earlier. And dealing with the Inca style architecture with this very beautifully made stone structures. This kind of style was there already in Chulpa towers, in funeral towers at least 1350. We have made quite many radiocarbon dates taking Ichu grass from these towers, for example, from Pirapi, Acheri, which is totally like Inca style. But it gave results that it has been constructed more or less 1350. And this way it is also possible that when the Incas came to the Lake Titicaca area, they adapted the style was present there already. This is one possibility, but at least this must be taken into account. And also, when you have similar radiocarbon results from Machu Picchu and some other areas that the Incas were constructing already this kind of style there at the beginning of 15th century. It means that if it is really true, it cannot be the time of Pachacuti Inca. It must be earlier. And at the same time, we must say that we have historical information from the local areas, for example, from the Lake Titicaca area, that Viracocha Inca had alliance with the Lupaca. And also we know that Inca Roca, his son, was acting there as military leader at the time of Viracocha. We also know that it was Capac Yupanqui who conquered Jauja, Vilca, Chincha. And we know that Inca Pachacuti killed his so-called brother for reason or other. And it means that we have still these Incas, Viracocha, Inca Roca, Capac Yupanqui, and maybe Maita Capac, who may have been lived only one generation before Pachacuti. And that's why if this kind of results, what we are now accumulating from different parts of the Inca Empire, means that we must reinterpret also the Inca history. And it is probable that we are missing now 1 or 2 generations, what happens before Pachacuti. And the problem is that this is also a problem of historians. And archaeologists can demonstrate that the Inca style is present earlier than expected. And that's why we need more debate and discussions and understanding between historians and archaeologists. That's only what I would like to say. And I thank you, very nice presentation.
Thank you for your words and the opening of this discussion. I believe that indeed we need to maybe rely more on radiocarbon dates, but on the other hand, I totally agree that we cannot discard the information that we have both from archaeological but also historical sources, and we might be missing a big part of the information. And it's our work now to look how can we get more precise data using different archaeological historical tools. Taking the advantage of my position right now, I would like to maybe invite the representatives of Peruvian embassy that is right now with us here in Warsaw from Embajada de la República del Perú in Varsovia. If you're maybe would like to take some words to open the discussion on the chronology of the region of.
Well, thank you very much. Good evening to everybody. I know that there are more than 60 people, 60 specialists connected. First, I would like to thank, on behalf of Madam Ambassador Lisette Nalbarde, Ambassador of Peru to Poland, Mr. Mario Żukowski, Mr. Professor Doctor. He's one of our main collaborators, main partners in all the events that we are having with the University of Warsaw, with the Center of Andean Studies in Cusco. As a matter of fact, we have downstairs in the gallery of this beautiful building an exhibition of the Great Inca Trail that I invite everybody to visit, because it was, from my point of view, very well curated, and actually it was presented during the presentation by Professor Żukowski. Thank you very much for studying in Peru. The Center of Andean Studies has a long-term relationship with the University San Antonio Abad del Cusco. Covers different countries, but it's based in Cusco, which is an honor for us, and that's why we would like to thank Professor Żukowski as being the director of the center, and also, of course, at the University of Warsaw. And thank all of you for your interest in my country. And I hope that in the future there will be more possibilities to continue cooperation. I understand that there are people from different parts of the world connected right now. So please feel free to connect to any embassy in the place you were. And if you are here in Poland, of course, to connect with us with our embassy. Finally, I would like to ask something to Professor Żukowski. He was saying something which is actually very interesting, especially for someone who first was, before becoming a diplomat, me, a philosopher, and I'm used to work in libraries, not on the field, and reading archives, of course. And you were saying that, yeah, in the mind of everybody, the normal idea is the archaeologist should be on the field, but not on a library. But I was thinking, how is right now the connection, not only in Peru, but in the Andean countries, or in general in all the excavations you were running around the world, between the archaeologists and the archives and the libraries, related to the capacity to cooperate between these two fields of study. Well, thank you very much to everybody. It was a pleasure to give some words to you. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Gracias.
Thank you. Kind words, and for basically having this kind cooperation with us. We have some questions on the chat I saw, and let me see. The first would be about the presentation from Koyasuyu and Capacocha. it appears that you have accepted the rose date of early, defined the timing of that event. So your data is still influenced and not independent of rose date. Is it right, or have I misunderstood the figure? I think I can maybe answer to both of the observations. So in case of the Capacocha samples, the narratives that we are trying to maybe develop is that the Capacochas that we analyzed took place in the well-developed imperial phase of the Inca state. At this moment, we are not able, and maybe we will never be able to establish to which exact Inca ruler should it be ascribed. For now, since it's relatively late, but it's not from the before the contact, but it's late, well-established imperial phase, we are somewhere between Topa Inca and Huayna Capac. And in the case of Yuyayaco, we are looking into relation between the events that took place in the Altiplano, and we are thinking about different hypotheses that can back up the events that took place at Yuyayaco, namely offering the doncella as maybe somehow or of alliances between the people on the Altiplano region and the Incas. So, well, in this case, we don't actually go with the raw date since we accept that it's late imperial phase, but we don't go with any particular ruler since at this level of investigation, it's impossible to establish. As for Muyu Muyu and the Maukayakta, I think you don't mention actually what, because in case of Muyu Muyu, there's long sequence of 1,000 years of cultural occupation. So it's not really, we only know that it's pre-Huayna Putina in some cases. And in case of Maukayakta, the narrative is again kind of like replacing, like align with the information that it's not as clear as John Rowe established, but we believe that first of all, Maukayakta has a pre-Inca occupation, and it's visible in the case of samples from the pyramid. But the changes are well described and visible before 1438. So it's again kind of in the contrary of so-called historical chronology. Could you clarify where the long list of, okay, I've shown you okay, so in the case of the list of Nazca dates, they are accessible for all of you at any moment on the website of Andes C14. It's a website with all radiocarbon dates from all the Andes and some parts of South America. Not only the Andes, there are, I think, also dates from Brazil and other parts. So any of you can access the database. If you would like to have more details on this database that is accessible for everyone, you can please contact us via email. We can send you the link, but if you looked for the Andes, it will be there. The data is accessible for last, I believe, 10 years. How long the database is there? 15 years. So the dates are online from last at least 15 years. I think you can see also the observations. I can. Okay, so I believe we addressed most of the questions. If you have any more observations and questions, Professor Żółkowski, please.
Bueno, damas y estimados y estimadas colegas, gracias por las preguntas, gracias por estar con nosotros tan numerosos. Significa que la cronología andina y la cronología radiocarbónica despierta mucha atención. Quiero felicitar a la principal organizadora, la doctora aquí presente, Dominika Sieczkowska, por haber podido reunir tanta gente y organizar todo esto de manera tan buena como y de la que disfrutamos. Ahora solo dos observaciones, una relacionada directamente con lo que acaba de preguntar uno de los participantes respecto a la base de datos. Basta entrar en la página web del CEAC, del Centro de Estudios Andinos, la misma página donde ustedes tienen el programa y la misma página a través de la que ustedes se inscribieron a este simposio, y buscar en la parte de arriba bases de datos. Tenemos varias bases de datos y una de esas es la base de datos carbono 14. Y basta escoger esto y ustedes entran en todo el catálogo que es accesible a través del mapa, entre otros. Y allá tienen los 6.000 fechamientos que ustedes pueden seleccionar, por ejemplo, en función del país, del nombre del sitio, del identificador de la fecha, lo que a ustedes les da la gana. Quiero explicar una cosa acerca de ello, es que allá hay también la descripción. La base de datos tiene su origen en una versión imprimida en 1994, cuando todavía con el profesor Mieczysław Pazdur, la primera versión la imprimimos. Y después de unos años decidimos que la versión imprimida no basta, hay que dar un acceso más constante a estos fechamientos y también ampliar la base. Desde cuando publicamos con el profesor Mieczysław Pazdur tenemos el doble del número de fechamientos, son ahora más de 6.000. Y otro tema para explicar, no son solo fechamientos realizados en los laboratorios europeos o norteamericanos, en total son más de 70 laboratorios que hemos comunicado, con los cuales nos hemos comunicado en el mundo entero. Algunos ya no existen, como algunos de los primeros laboratorios que hicieron fechamientos, de los más antiguos. En total es una, creo, base de datos relativamente completa, pero la persona que está a cargo de la base en este momento es el magister Jan Kłaput, y él sigue completando con el apoyo del doctor Suchenek, y lo que ustedes ven es el trabajo de ellos. Ahora, con esto termino la parte dedicada al aspecto de la base y quería referirme un poco a lo que dijo el profesor Martti Parsinen, es decir, la relación entre fechamientos radiocarbónicos y datos históricos para, digamos, mejorar la cronología del estado Inca. Ojo, de su fase expansiva, esto es para que conste. Y aquí vienen varios problemas, pero no es que podamos todo dejar al carbono 14. Por seguro que no. El hecho, lo que dijo el profesor Parsinen, de que posiblemente nos faltan una o dos generaciones en esta expansión del Estado Inca. Sin embargo, como ya se lo ha subrayado varias veces, y no quiero extenderme sobre el tema, ¿qué significa expansión? ¿Qué significa expansión? El problema es que los datos que nosotros analizamos para determinar la expansión en este sentido, proceden de ya unas situaciones donde tenemos o construcciones evidentemente de estilo inca o ofrendas tipo Capacocha que son claramente incas. Sin embargo, basta tan solo leer de manera bien analítica la relación de Chincha. La relación de Chincha, el famoso documento temprano, la relación de Chincha, donde las personas, las autoridades, podemos decir, los dirigentes de esta población de Chincha, declaran cómo han sido sometidos a los incas. Y si ustedes analizan esto bien, varias personas ya lo analizan, notarán que estos dirigentes, en base a sus memorias, determinan como tres fases bien evidentes de su sumisión al Estado Inca. Cada una de estas fases representaba, o podemos decir, podía dejar diferentes clases de huellas arqueológicamente tangibles. Una fase primera, cuando se trataba más bien de una dominación tipo simbólico, y aquí digamos, no hay todavía ninguna estructuras incas, sin embargo pueden existir algunos depósitos. Una otra segunda fase, ya con ciertas instalaciones, pero reducidas. Y finalmente la tercera, cuando ya entra todo el aparato estatal con construcciones de casas. Y esto todo lo describen ellos, de que al fin de cuentas podemos decir que la expansión inca en el Valle de Chincha tomó tres generaciones. Tres generaciones, como mínimo tres generaciones relacionadas con tres sucesivos gobernantes incas. Entonces, tenemos que, siempre hablando de expansión, intentar de determinar a cuál de estas etapas nos referimos, ¿verdad? Porque pueden ser separados por decenios, si no más. Es el primer punto. Y el segundo punto ya directamente relacionado con los nombres mencionados por el profesor Parsinen y también algo con las formas de dominación. La primera cosa es que en un excelente trabajo, uno de los alumnos del profesor Sheminsky, el doctor Amnon Nir, que por aquel entonces trabajaba en la Universidad Hebrea de Jerusalén, publicó, creo, en 2016, un excelente trabajo basado en la interpretación de la palabra conquistar y conquista, con la cual los españoles en sus crónicas describían la sumisión de un territorio dado por parte del gobierno central de Cusco, y él ha definido que en realidad la palabra conquistar puede corresponder a tres diferentes palabras en quechua y cada una de estas palabras denomina otro tipo de someter. Y solo la tercera forma es cuando se convierte a las personas que son subordinados en los llamado Incap Runam, gente del Inca, y entonces entra toda la infraestructura inca en este momento, pero las dos primeras fases no. La relación de Chincha y precisamente estos análisis del doctor Amnon Nir corresponden perfectamente, ¿no? Determinan que en función del tipo del mecanismo de sometimiento de un territorio dado, van a haber diferentes huellas arqueológicas. Y para finalizar, un tema con el que yo personalmente estoy desde muchos años ya, digamos, analizando y me interesa, pero francamente no todavía logré la respuesta. Estamos hablando de Viracocha, de Huayna Cápac, de Pachacuti. La pregunta es, ¿cuáles eran las reglas de atribuir un nombre personal a un individuo en la sociedad inca? Algunos de lo que consideramos nombres, que consideramos de nombres propios, son evidentemente nombres de funciones y no de nombres personales. Ejemplo, Capayupanqui. Es sin ninguna duda un nombre de una función. Y claro, atribuida a un individuo dado en algún momento, pero esta función puede corresponder a diferentes reinados de diferentes soberanos. Bueno, es como, digamos que para un inca de la nobleza, vertido en su tradición oral, era evidente que un Capajupanqui de tiempos, pongamos, de Pachacutic, era otro Capajupanqui que vivía y actuaba en tiempos de uno de sus predecesores. Era obvio. Para un español de hoy en día, eh, el nombre de Duque de Alba evidentemente corresponde a un famoso conquistador español del siglo XVI, el tercer Duque de Alba, dicho sea de paso. Pero si usamos solo a la palabra Duque de Alba, hubo 10 en el espacio de 400 años. Si alguien no tiene el conocimiento contextual, estará perdido. Y precisamente es este conocimiento contextual del que carecían los españoles al recopilar la tradición oral. No sabían cuando les hablaba Capajupanqui, por ejemplo, no conocían el contexto. ¿A cuál de los Capajupanqui, de los muchos Capajupanqui, esto se atribuye? Y otro tema, ¿por qué un soberano que murió viejo, hasta el fin de su vida lo llamaban Huayna Cápac, joven soberano? ¿Por qué? ¿De dónde viene? ¿Por qué no lo titulaban según su nombre real, que era totalmente distinto? ¿Por qué al Inca Huáscar se le llamaba así, aunque no era su nombre oficial de rey? Entonces, para terminar este aspecto, una de las cosas que los historiadores y los antropólogos podrían quizá conjuntamente intentar de analizar es cómo se atribuía el nombre personal a un individuo. Una vez que se pudiera resolver este tema, sería quizá más fácil de ubicar los personajes en una escala cronológica, entre otros en la escala de conquistas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Professor Żółkowski. I don't see any more questions in the chat. So since I saw there was some misunderstanding, we will share with the list of the people that are today with us at Zoom the link for the database. And of course, we will share with you the link for the online version of the seminar that it's on YouTube. So in case you missed any of the presentation, you will be able to go back to this presentation on YouTube. And I would like to thank to all the presenters, to Jan Kwaput, who helped me organize this seminar, and to all of you here in Warsaw and also here on Zoom and YouTube that are with us on this seminar. Hope to see you on another occasion. Thank you.
Feliz Navidad.
And Feliz Navidad, of course. Tenemos